At this time, the court calls State of Wisconsin versus Stephen Avery, case number 05CF381. Will the parties state their appearance for the record, please?
State appears by Calumet County District Attorney Ken Kratz and Assistant Attorney General Tom Fallon, appearing as special prosecutors.
Stephen Avery is here in person, Jerome Buting and Dean Strang on his behalf.
Very well. We are outside the presence of a jury at this time. It is my understanding the state has a matter it wishes to bring up before the jurors come in.
There are several matters, Judge. One of them is addressing an area of stipulations, but the other issue is making a record and expressing our concern regarding Mr. Strang's opening statement. On 3 different occasions in Mr. Strang's opening statement, we believe that Mr. Strang either announced the introduction of what would otherwise be inadmissible testimony, or either overtly, or at least mistakenly, violated previous rulings of this court. First, Judge, was on the area of third-party liability. This court had previously excluded any mention of a possible third person, pursuant to the Denny analysis that the court announced in its ruling, other than that of Brendan Dassey. During Mr. Strang's opening statement, Mr. Strang asked the jury to consider the fact that somebody saw Miss Hallock after she left the Avery property on the 31st of October. Mr. Strang had even discussed that she may have been taking some other photos and may have made another stop, but invited the jury to believe that somebody had seen the victim, and at least by inference, that somebody else was involved in taking the life of Teresa Halbach. Again, contrary to the court's ruling as to third-party liability. I do not intend to raise objection and ask for a curative instruction with the jury, but there should be testimony, certainly elicited to that fact. The state would be issuing objection. And if Mr. Strang would like to respond, that's fine, but I would ask the court reiterate its ruling prohibiting any evidence of third-party liability other than that of Mr. Dassey.
All right. Before I hear from Mr. Strang, do I understand there were a couple of other items?
There were, Judge. The court also, in pretrial rulings, dealt with the issue of bias of witnesses, especially as it related to Manitowoc County Sheriff's deputies. That bias that the defense had in a pretrial posture attempted to elicit was something that they referred to as institutional bias. That is, a bias that could be attributed to the entire department or every member of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, irrespective of their involvement in Mr. Avery's prior investigation or the civil lawsuit that was filed. This court specifically rejected that theory of admissibility, rejected Mr. Strang's offer at that time of something that he called institutional bias in a pretrial manner. I was astounded yesterday to hear Mr. Strang stand before this jury and not only talk about the term institutional bias, talking about the Manitowoc County officers in general rushing to judgment, inviting this jury to make up, if you will, for what the last jury did in finding Mr. Avery guilty before. But when invited or when given the opportunity to show, well, who are we talking about with institutional bias? Who rushed to judgment? Mr. Strang played a tape of somebody named Detective Jacobs and somebody named Detective Remaker. Nothing about Colburn or Link, each of which this court had authorized that by way of bias evidence and, in fact, specifically limited Mr. Strang to that of Mr. Link and Mr. Colburn. And so Despite the court's pretrial admonitions and rulings, apparently the defense has, at least to this moment, ignored those prohibitions, and at the very first opportunity, that is, during their opening statement, exploited the idea of institutional bias with the jury. Lastly, Judge, the defense, on a number of occasions, attributed statements to Mr. Avery. On one specific occasion, Mr. Strang indicated that he, meaning Mr. Avery, said that he saw the victim drive down the dirt road and turn left onto 147, apparently toward Interstate 43. Those statements being attributed to the defendant are, in fact, hearsay. If Mr. Strang can tell me today that Mr. Avery is going to testify, then I will withdraw my objection, thankfully, or very appropriately. However, to inject or to assert what Mr. Strang knows or should know would otherwise be hearsay, and inadmissible testimony at an opening statement is, in fact, improper. I, again, simply alert the court that if there is going to be, through this trial, any attempts to get Mr. Avery's statements in through somebody other than Mr. Avery, or absent some other hearsay exception, then the state will be interposing those objections when necessary. That's all I have regarding the opening statements, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Strang.
I will take them in the order that Mr. Kratz has raised his concerns. Firstly, the matter of third-party liability. A. Denny concerns only the situation which a defendant wishes to offer the specific identified person as the alternate culprit and try to prove that person's liability. My opening statement was very, very different than that. What I did was perfectly legitimate, which was to point out that if he didn't kill her, but she's dead, then someone else did, and we don't know who did that. That's an entirely legitimate prediction of where the evidence will go, and an entirely legitimate theory of defense, if you will, to say, I didn't kill her. If they prove someone did, then it's someone else, and we don't know who it is. So quite apart from violating the Denny ruling, and quite contrary to violating the Denny ruling, I'm entirely outside of Denny here, and this was a wholly proper explanation of what we expect this evidence to show. B. Yesterday morning, the state was backpedaling away from Brendan Dassey and wants the opportunity itself to suggest that just another person, some other person, another out there, assisted in the killing or participated directly in the killing of Miss Halbach, and Mr. Avery aided and abetted. It's beyond irony to hear now, this morning, that while the state has the 5 billion people on this planet to whom it might point as possible culprits, the defendant can point only to Mr. Dassey. I'm squarely within the jury instruction that the court gave at the state's persuasion and over our objection yesterday morning. And C, nothing I said, I think, would be inconsistent with Miss Halbach having run into Brendan Dassey after leaving Mr. Avery's presence yesterday. Now, that's not what we're going to be arguing in closing argument, but as a matter of opening statement, I'm squarely within proper balance here, both of a good prediction of the evidence and outlining Mr. Avery's defence that he didn't do it and doesn't know who did. The second question was institutional bias. Again, several points. A, I never used the term institutional bias in my opening statement. The transcript will show that I used the term investigative bias once, twice, or maybe more than twice. B. As I argued earlier, the question is bias, and bias is an issue that's relevant to each and every witness called by the state, or, for that matter, by the defence, if the state wants to point out that witness bias. Pattern Instruction 300, Wisconsin Criminal Jury Instructions, concerns the assessment of credibility of witnesses. I think refers specifically to considering bias or possible reasons or motives to testify for every witness. So the question here is bias of each and every witness, not institutional bias of a department. And there were a number of Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department employees involved in this investigation. The bias of any one of them who appears as a witness is relevant. It may be proven by extrinsic evidence because bias is not a collateral issue. That was settled in Wisconsin not later than 1978 with the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision of State v. Williams. Both Dennis Jacobs and David Remiker are on the witness list. Indeed, Dennis Jacobs is on the defence witness list. I reasonably anticipate that Detective Remiker and or Detective Jacobs will appear as witnesses in this trial. It would be difficult to imagine how the state could prove its case without calling Detective Remiker. So there's a ton of tinniness here when Mr. Kratz says someone named Detective Remiker. I can't imagine the state would not be calling him, given his role in the investigation. And the conversations that I played really go to Remiker's bias alone. He knows who the he is that Detective Jacobs is talking about. So, although I suspect both of them probably will be witnesses and their bias clearly an issue, even if Remiker only testified here, the excerpts I played would be relevant extrinsic evidence of bias. Indeed, through at least one conversation which Detective Remiker himself was a party. The third and final issue was statements of the defendant. It is true that, at least over objection, one cannot offer the out-of-court statements of his own client for the truth of the matter asserted, because 908.01 subsection 4 ordinarily is limited to statements of the party opponent. It is also true here that I reasonably anticipated what the evidence in this trial will be, and that would include some of the statements of Mr. Avery. Indeed, my prediction proved pretty good, because by the third witness, David Beach, we had unobjected to testimony establishing the very statements of Mr. Avery that I included by reference in my opening statements. Mr. Beach, according to my notes, testified without objection from the state that when he talked to Mr. Avery said he didn't know where Teresa Holback was going next, and that when she pulled out, she turned left from the Avery property. That's almost verbatim what he said about turning left at the end of Avery Road as she left. Mr. Beach's testimony also included recitations of Mr. Avery's statements that she came first at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then later, approximately then or mid-afternoon, elicited on cross-examination by Mr. Buting. Again, all without objection of the state. So, not only was it a fair prediction of the evidence, the prediction came true. The statements of the defendant that I suggested the jury would hear in opening statement, it has heard admissibly and without objection.
Anything else, Mr. Kratz?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right. First of all, with respect to the third party liability issue, there's a difference between a party introducing extrinsic evidence that a specific third party is guilty of the crime versus my defendant didn't commit the crime, so somebody else might have. I do not believe that the statements made by the defence in its opening statement fall into the prohibited category here. I don't believe there was any reference to a specific third party who was the responsible third party. Obviously, if the defendant is pleading not guilty and saying, I didn't do it, somebody else had to have done it. And I think that if the defence went further on that, with respect to the bias suggestion, the court's previous rulings in this case have dealt with the introduction of extrinsic evidence on the issue of bias. There are specific standards that apply to the introduction of such evidence. It was my understanding, from what I heard in the defence opening, that essentially they were relying on not extrinsic evidence, but evidence that is actually part of the case to make their argument. I cannot say at this stage of the proceedings that that's objectionable. With respect to statements of a defendant, as Mr. Strang indicated, those statements can become admitted at trial through means other than the defendant testifying himself. And in fact, to this point in the trial, it is pointed out by the defence counsel that it's already happened. And so I can't say at this stage that there is anything prohibited about the references in the defence opening. Just in general, I would note the following: the court instructions that the members of a jury that the opening statements themselves are not evidence. They will get instructed that again at the close of the case. If either party makes representation in their opening that some evidence will be introduced and it turns out that the evidence does not get introduced, the party who made the statement in the opening statement runs the risk that the other side will bring it up in closing. That is, remind the jury that the other side told you they would hear this evidence and that type of evidence was never introduced. So I think the extent that anything mentioned by the defence in its opening was not from the past. The state will have adequate opportunity to address that in closing argument. Is there anything else to take up before we bring the jury back?
There is, Judge. Although there were no stipulations to note yesterday in our first testimony, there will be witnesses that are scheduled to begin today that may be the subject of agreements between the parties. I thought, unless the court wants to get going, I thought this might be an opportunity to provide the court with those agreements. We alerted the court that we had made some agreements regarding stipulations, and I wish to take a few minutes to put those on the record, if I can, at this time. If Mr. Strang has recommended that perhaps at this time, since our first witness may not be the subject of any of these stipulations, but later witnesses today might, perhaps we can give you our written list of stipulations. Some of them just won't be objections by the defense and may not need to be in writing. And if that satisfies the court, then perhaps after our next break or sometime before the close of the day, we can put the rest of those on the record.
I think that would be helpful.
If we could take just a moment to photocopy, this is an email that I sent to Mr. Kratz, going paragraph by paragraph through proposed stipulations. If we could have just a moment to let Mr. Kratz photocopy that, and we'll keep a copy here at our table so that, I don't, inadvertently forget.
All right.
We agreed not to object.
I believe the copying is being done as we speak. We'll bring the jury in now and then take our first witness today. You may be seated. Good morning, members of a jury. Before we get started today, I want to apologise for the fact that I understand the bus was late yesterday. Doesn't do much good to release you at 4:30 if you have got to wait for the bus till 5 o'clock. We will be addressing that situation to make sure that the bus is here on a timely basis.
The bus was here on time, Your Honour. It was at 4:30.
Oh, it was. Because when I called the courthouse back, they told me it was not. At any rate, that's good news. I was also told that there was some concern about the temperature on the bus on the way over. Is that being addressed?
It was fine last night and it was fine this morning.
Okay, finally I note that one of the jurors in the back row does not appear to be as tall as the rest of them, and I don't think that that's because of your stature. We're having the courthouse folk addressed that to put you up on a riser so that all the jurors in the back row will be able to be seated at the same level. With that, I believe we're ready to begin. Mr. Kratz, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. We'll call Angela Schuster to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Angela Schuster, Schuster.
Ms. Schuster, could you tell the jury how you are employed, please?
I'm employed with Auto Trader magazine.
You will either have to speak up or perhaps judge the microphone.
Auto Trader magazines.
What are your duties with Auto Trader?
Well, right now, I'm the district circulation manager. At the time, I was the operations.
When you talk about at the time, are you talking about during the fall of 2005?
Yes,
Ms. Schuster, if you could tell the jury, please, what were your duties during the fall of 2005?
I took care of the daily office functions, complaints, reports, all office staff, all photographers.
You were in a supervisory capacity?
Yes,
As a supervisor, did you supervise a young woman by the name of Teresa Halbach?
yes.
Can you tell the jury, please, how did you know Ms. Halbach?
Well, I brought Miss Halbach on as a photographer through a reference from one of our circulation outlets. She applied for the job that we had opened into the Green Bay area.
How long had Ms. Halbach been working for Auto Trader?
About a year.
Could you tell the jury, please, how photographers for Auto Trader got compensated for their work?
They were paid per shot. Most of their appointments were pre-scheduled. We have a telemarketing service that telemarkets to get prospects or what we call leads for our photographers and otherwise people that schedule appointments over the internet or phone in the office.
You said that Ms. Halbach had been working for you for about a year. Did she have a particular district that she was responsible for?
When she was brought on, she was responsible for Green Bay. And then mid-year 2005, she had taken over the Manitowoc Sheboygan area 1 day a week on Mondays for us.
Now, Ms. Schuster, as manager of the Auto Trader office, at least for this region, are you familiar with the records, the business records within that office?
Yes,
As a custodian of the business records, were you also asked to review previous photographs or previous images that Teresa Halbach had taken?
yes,
And were you asked, Ms. Schuster, specifically to review previous visits or images that Ms. Halbach had taken at a property known as the Avery Salvage Yard?
yes.
And have you done that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to look at the 6 different images that are in front of you. And I believe, Ms. Schuster, just so that we can get through these images, I believe they are without objection. I'm first going to have you look at exhibit number 11. This is an image taken on June 20th at the Avery Salvage property. Do you see exhibit number 11 there?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, all of those 6 exhibits, exhibits 11 through 16, is it your understanding that all of them were taken at the Avery Salvage property?
Yes.
I'm first going to show you exhibit number 11, which I believe was taken on June 20th at the Avery Salvage property. Please look at the large screen that is noted to your right. Is that an accurate depiction of exhibit number 11 as well?
Yes.
Second image, image number 12.
Counsel, do you want to indicate the year? You said June 20th.
I'm sorry, June 20th of 2005. That's the year that she was taking these photos. Is that right?
Yes.
Second image, image number 12, taken on August 22nd. Once again, I will have you look at the large screen to your right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of what is noted as exhibit number 12?
Yes.
And again, August 22nd of this year. That's 2005. Is that correct?
Right.
Third image. That will be image number 13, taken on August 29th, 2005. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, looking to your right, showing on the screen, is that a photo taken by Teresa Habach, again, at the Avery salvage property on the 29th of August?
Yes.
Fourth image, that is image number 14, taken on September 19th, 2005 at the Avery salvage property. Again, exhibit number 14 on the large screen. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the image that's in front of you?
Yes.
Image number 15, again, a photo taken also on September 19th, the Avery salvage property. Is that an image that is that on the large screen, a true and accurate depiction of image number 15 that's in front of you?
Yes.
And finally, image number 16, taken on October 10th, 2005. Again, at the Avery, actually, Stephen Avery's residence, right outside of his garage. Exhibit number 16 appeared to be a true and accurate depiction of what's being shown on the screen to your right.
Yes.
I would at this time, Judge, move the admission of exhibits 11 through 16.
No objection.
Those exhibits are admitted.
Ms. Schuster, you had mentioned that Ms. Habach had a territorial responsibility for up this way. And I'm not sure if you mentioned the Manitowoc and Sheboygan area. Did you testify about that before?
Yes.
All right. Just so we're clear, during late October of 2005, did Ms. Habach remain responsible for that particular district?
Yes.
Were you aware that Ms. Habach had outside photography employment other than for Auto Trader?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that typical, or is that usual for photographers that you employ?
To have a second job? Yes.
They are not discouraged or anything from working at their own studio, are they?
No.
Ms. Schuster, was Ms. Habach provided with any equipment from Auto Trader itself to perform these shots?
Yes. She was provided with everything that she needed to do her business right from her home.
Did that include being provided with a camera?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of a camera Ms. Habach was provided by Auto Trader?
I don't recall specifically offhand, but we usually use Kodak or Canon.
All right. Let me ask you, were you asked, Ms. Schuster, to determine in this case what camera Ms. Habach was given?
Yes.
And as you sit here, can you remember it?
No.
Would there be anything that could refresh your recollection? Perhaps being shown a photograph of the box that she was given, or something like that? Or what might refresh your memory about that?
A box. When Mr. Fassbender came to the office and was going through items, the camera that we had purchased versus the camera used to take these pictures were used on a camera that we had purchased.
All right, Ms. Schuster, I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is, please?
It's a Canon PowerShot A310 digital camera.
And does that now refresh your recollection as to the camera provided to her by Auto Trader magazine for her use?
Yes.
In fact, was she provided with
Yes.
that box, that camera?
Yes.
All right. So the jury can see a picture of that box. I will put that up on the screen. Does that photograph to your right appear to be a photograph of what's included in exhibit number 9?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Schuster, can you tell the jury, after a digital image is taken by one of your photographers, one of your employees, how does that physically get into the magazine? Can you just tell us about that process?
Sure. The photographers hand in their discs along with their paperwork. The discs are then downloaded at the office onto our software system and then sent over to our production department that places the ads into the book.
When a photographer like Teresa was scheduled to take a shot or a photo for Auto Trader, how would that typically be set up?
How would the picture be set up?
Yeah, how would the appointment be set up?
By phone, by email, mail.
All right. Was there an employee, somebody in your office other than you, who would typically make those appointments or set up those photo shoots?
Yes, the staff in the office handle most of the phone calls that come into the office.
Would it be fair that the support staff, the receptionist or secretaries, would have more contact with the photographers than you would?
Yes.
Do you know a woman by the name of Dawn Pliszka?
Yes.
Who is Dawn Pliszka?
Dawn Pliszka was our receptionist in 2005.
As custodian of the records for Auto Trader, were you able to determine Ms. Habak's first trip to the Avery Auto Salvage property?
No, not by photo. We had the actual appointment information, but the photo had been purged from our system. The photo was purged from our system.
I understand that, but what I'm asking is, do you also keep records or calendars or things of that nature to recreate appointments or things like that with your photographers?
Our customers' information is kept in our database by phone number.
Were you aware that Stephen Avery or another, or under another name, was one of Auto Trader's customers?
Not before this, no.
That's what I'm asking you. After this, were you asked to find that out?
Yes, yes,
And did you find that out?
yes.
And could you tell us about Stephen Avery's contacts with Auto Trader?
Well, he would phone in his request for the photographer to come out to his property to take pictures. All of our customers are given the option to prepay or pay with the photographer when he or she gets there. They would normally pay when the photographer got to this property.
By the way, how much does each photo shoot cost?
We have several different packages, so anywhere from $24.95 to $59.95.
You said Mr. Avery typically paid the photographer. Paid in cash when he was there?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
All right. And again, back to my earlier question, Ms. Schuster. Were you able then to determine the first time that Ms. Halbach had gone to the Avery property through those records, or is that something that you couldn't recreate?
Yes, we were.
And what was that date?
In June.
Was that the June 20th photo that we saw?
Yes.
Do you know how many times Ms. Halbach was asked to go out to the Stephen Avery's property?
With the June, there was 5 times she was out there. 4 times she was out to his property.
That's not counting the 31st of October. Is that right?
Right.
And again, exhibits 11 through 16 are the photos or the product from those trips. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, You said that your photographers generally would either contact you by phone or perhaps by fax or email. Do you know specifically how Ms. Halbach made her connections or contacts with Auto Trader?
Through fax and phone.
And so if a customer had made an appointment, even a last-minute appointment, how would that typically be relayed to Ms. Halbach?
If it was a last-minute appointment, then the staff would write up the customer's information on we have what was called a shoot or reshoot form, gather as much of the information from the customer and let the customer know that the photographer may or may not be out that same day, depending on his or her schedule. Once they gather the information, then they call the photographer and ask if they had been to the area or if they can possibly fit that shoot into their day. And then, depending on if they get a hold of them or what they say, either a photographer will call the customer directly or the office will call and let them know if they can take the shoot.
Ms. Schuster, I have now placed in front of you what's marked as exhibit number 17. You talked about some shoot or reshoot form. What is exhibit number 17?
The photo shoot reshoot form.
Now, did you fill out exhibit number 17 or did somebody else do that?
Somebody else did.
And we will hear from that person later on this morning. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Schuster, was there typically a time frame or amount of time that you, as the manager, and the photographers specifically wanted by way of lead time before they would go out to shoot any of these photos?
Typically, it's a 24-hour lead time if the customer wants an appointment. However, we do have areas such as the Manitowoc Sheboygan that is typically not a busier area for us, so it is open 1 day per week. So if we do get customers that will call from our shorter service area, so to speak, we will try to get the photographer there that day if they call on that day that they are there. So,
Do you know, back in late October, you are talking about this being Teresa's district, back in late October of 05. Do you know the one day of the week that Auto Trader would service that county?
Mondays.
So if somebody would call on Monday, let's say, Monday, October 31st, would it be possible that if called during that same day, that the photo could be taken that same day?
Yes.
Ms. Schuster, when you were first informed or when you were asked about the whereabouts of Miss Halbach?
Thursday evening, her mother had called the office.
And any time after the 31st of October, had you heard from Teresa Halbach?
No.
Let's talk about the 31st then of October. And I'm going to ask you specifically whether you had any contact with Teresa Halbach, whether you did any time that day.
Yes.
Can you tell us when, please?
Teresa called in shortly after 11.
11 a.m.?
11 a.m.
What was the purpose of that?
The purpose was she was returning Dawn's call from this morning. Dawn had left her a message to see if she was able to take a shoot. And Dawn had already left for lunch, and I had answered the phone. And Teresa had asked if Dawn was there. I said no, she was at lunch. And she said, can you just let her know that I will be able to get that shoot? She can fax the information over to me.
Verifying that she would be able to take the photo. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that again, based upon your records, was that the photo shoot that you later determined to be at the Stephen Avery residence?
Yes.
Or property? We'll hear from Dawn a little bit later this morning, but other than that call, sometime just after 11 a.m., did you have any other contact with Teresa?
No.
Finally, Ms. Schuster, After law enforcement became involved in the search efforts, did you provide those digital images that we have referred to, as well as the information regarding the activities on the 31st and the information regarding the Canon PowerShot A310?
Yes.
That's all I have of Ms. Schuster, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Buting.
Thank you. See if I can get this thing working. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
We haven't actually met before, have we?
No, we have not.
I want to step back a little bit and clarify just how some of these procedures work, if we may. Auto Trader headquarters is actually in Hales Corner in the Milwaukee area, right?
We're a satellite office, yes.
Okay, in Hales
In
Corner.
Hales Corner.
Okay, and out of that office, you run photographers all over the state, right?
Correct, yes.
And the state is kind of divided up in regions. And one of these regions is the northeastern area of Manitowoc, Sheboygan, Brown County area. Is that right?
Yes.
And most of the contact with the photographers in those more distant regions, not right in the Milwaukee area, are done by emails, fax, and phone.
Yes. And they also have overnight packages that they send.
Okay. So in Miss Hallbach's case, for instance, did she come down and interview for the job in Hales Corner?
No, I actually went to Green Bay and interviewed her.
Okay. And that was about a year or so before October 2005?
Yes.
And was that the only time you actually met her?
Yes.
From that point on, for the next year, to your knowledge, did she ever come down to Hales Corners?
No.
So all of her, well, for instance, let me ask you this. Do you know whether she ever met Don Pliszka, the receptionist?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. So really, her communication was with your office by phone. Fax. Did she email with you?
She did.
Okay. And most of these communications were fairly brief, I take it?
Yes.
We got a call for you, or we got a job for you. Here's the information, name, address, phone number. That's pretty much it.
I think the staff had more conversation with her. How was your weekend? That sort of thing. But for the most part, probably brief.
Small talk kind of things.
Yes.
And your communication with Teresa Hallbach was probably less even than the staff who were answering the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what would you typically do when somebody would call in, or when the telemarketers were based in Florida, I think, is that right?
Yes, they were at the time.
And what they would do is they would comb newspapers or other publications for people who already put ads in and call them and say, hey, why don't you put an ad in our publication as well?
Yes.
Sort of cold calls,
Yes.
right? And in fact, that's, if you know, isn't that how Auto Trader made the contact with this George Zipperer later the same day on October 31st?
Yeah.
It was a telemarketing call, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so what your office would do is it would either get the information from your telemarketer saying, here's an address, phone number. We want you to go take a photograph of, or that person. Customer would call in or use the internet to call in themselves and say, we want this appointment, right?
Yeah.
And then your office, someone in your office would prepare some kind of form to fax to the photographers their appointments.
Yes.
Who did that? Was that you?
That was Dawn.
So Don would do that. Did you bring any of those records with you today? Any of those kind of appointment sheets?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you one so we know what we're talking about. Mark this. Now, this one, if I understand it, is from a couple months earlier. We'll talk about some more recent ones in a minute. But if you could just identify for us what this is.
That is the photographer's detailed appointment report for that day.
And it's been marked as Exhibit 18 now, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I use the Elmo?
Sure.
A little hard to see because this is a white sheet, but showing you what's up on the screen now is that's what's we're referred to as Exhibit 18.
Yes.
And at the top, there is a fax line that says from Auto Trader. It's got the fax number that you would fax it to the photographer, in this case, Teresa, right?
Yes.
And then it's also got a faxed back one from Teresa, correct?
Right.
Now this one has a lot of handwriting on it. It doesn't come to the photographer, in this case, Teresa, like that, right?
No, it does not.
It would initially come with just the typed out information of date, name, address, and phone number on the right column, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then you would get these from not just Teresa, but from all the photographers, and you would go through them in terms of figuring out what to pay them, right?
Yes.
So these were regular records that you use in your business to determine how to not only keep track of appointments, but pay the photographers.
Yes.
And what Teresa would do, you became familiar with her custom and practice, right?
Yes.
Which was that she would take these forms and then in handwriting, she would put along the side, done, 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 no pay, done pay, those kind of things.
Yes.
And then at the top, if we could see the very top of it a little bit, for instance, she circled 8 and she put 6 completed and 2 no payment, right?
Yes.
And then she has +1 hustle.
Yes.
And then P form, what's that?
The P form is a form that photographers use when they get a shot that might be a referral or a second shot at the customer's home. And so how they are numbered, it starts with a P. That's why we call it a P form.
Okay, right. And so from this, then you would figure that you would pay her 8 for 8 shots plus this hustle one.
Correct.
And we'll talk about that hustle in just a minute. Now, normally Teresa's practice, as all of the photographers' practice would be, that you would not get this form back from them until after the day's appointments have been completed. Is that right?
Correct.
So that, for instance, let's take October 31st, or actually, let me clarify something. The deadline for getting your ads into the magazine is what?
Mondays and Tuesdays.
Okay. So Teresa's day for that part of the state, which was Monday, she would be expected to get that information to Auto Trader by the very next day in order to make it into the deadline.
Yes.
The way she would do that, in fact, you provided discs, little digital camera discs for each photographer, right?
Yes.
And she would go around, take all the pictures for that day, collect the paperwork from the customer, put it all in the overnight FedEx, UPS, something like that, and overnight it to Auto Trader in Milwaukee for the next day.
Yes.
Okay. And along with the money?
Yes.
Okay. So from the customer, Teresa would she would take the photograph. She would also fill out the form that included what? A copy, written part, should be the description of the vehicle.
Yes.
And the money and all of that would go to you overnight.
Yes.
But even before that arrived at your office, she would fax this kind of sheet to you at the end of the day.
Right, yes.
But now there's something kind of unusual about October 31st of 2005, and the way that works wasn't there.
Yes, we actually received the fax from Teresa earlier in the day.
Okay. And in fact, you received it, if I recall, it was shortly after midnight on the 30th. That is very early, 12:30 or 12:18 a.m., early morning hours of the 31st.
Right, yes, correct.
And that was faxed from her.
Correct.
And it involved the shoots for the upcoming day
Yes.
that appointments hadn't even been made yet or kept yet, right?
No. If it was faxed back to us, it would be anything that she had completed.
Okay. But the one you received on the 31st, correct me if I'm wrong, actually contained the appointments for the day of the 31st, did it not?
No. No, we don't print their appointment reports or their actual leads until 7 a.m. in the morning. So on the 31st, on that Monday, her leads would not have been printed until after 7 a.m.
Okay.
So she couldn't have had them until 12:30.
So the one that she sent back to you at 12:30 a.m. was,
It was on Friday or Saturday or Thursday.
okay, but in it included some information about appointments that had been actually rescheduled for the upcoming week.
Yes, photographers do reschedule appointments as well.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that most of the leads for photographers come from Auto Trader itself, either the telemarketing or customers who called in.
Yes,
About 90% of the shoots that the photographers do come from Auto Trader to the photographer.
yes,
But there's something else where maybe 10% on average of a photographer's shoots are called hustle shots, right?
yes,
And those are where leads come from, not from Auto Trader, but from the photographer, him or herself.
yes.
And there is an incentive for photographers to do that because they get paid more money on hustle shots, don't they?
Yes.
What was the pay for Auto Trader lead typically?
Typically, 875.
$8.75 for one photo?
One photo.
Okay. What about a hustle shot?
1875.
Okay. And when the photographer would schedule a hustle shot, it would not be on your list of appointments that were faxed to the photographer the morning of each day, whatever you said, 7 a.m., right?
Correct.
In fact, your office would not even know about any hustle shots unless and until the photographer sent the information back to you at the end of the day. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And like, for instance, let's take this one that's up there. She specifically says 8 of the appointments that you gave her, your office gave her, were completed, right?
Yes.
But there was an additional one that's not listed anywhere on that sheet, right?
Right. It's probably handwritten on the bottom.
Well, let's look and see. Okay, that would be considered the hustle, the one that's handwritten.
Yes. Actually, we would not have considered that a hustle. A hustle shot she confirmed with the office. That was a rescheduled appointment that she had taken that day.
Okay, so the hustle shot is not even on this form yet.
It's a three, it does not.
Okay, in fact, that was often Teresa's practice, is that you didn't know, for instance, you didn't really care on this particular form. When you get this back, you didn't care about the information from those hustle shots yet, right?
Correct.
What you cared about is making sure that when the FedEx came the next day, that's when you needed to know the information of the name, address, photo, copy information for these hustle shots, right?
like to have them on the forms, but they don't often write them on there.
Very often, yes. And in Teresa's case, she often didn't, right?
I would have to look at her sheets to be sure if it was often or not.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that in just a couple minutes, but I wanted to get a few other things about the way this business works down first. Repeat customers are very common for AutoTrader, right?
Yes,
In fact, you like those kinds of customers, right?
yes,
The first time someone calls in, you set up an account for them, right?
yes,
And then they can either be billed or they pay as you go kind of approach from that point on, right?
right. We don't bill. They will pay when the photographer comes out, or they can prepay.
Okay. And Mr. Avery was one of those repeat customers, was he not?
Yes,
You mentioned, it was a little unclear. You mentioned 4 times that he had been there. Then you mentioned 5, counting, starting with June and going up through October 31st. That was actually 6 times that he had used your business. Isn't that right?
October 31st would have been her 5th visit to his property.
Well, do you have those exhibits still up there in front of you? Photographs? Exhibit 11, you said was on June 20th shot. Do you see that?
I have to find 11. Yes, that was June.
Exhibit 12 was August 22nd.
Yes,
Exhibit 13 was August 29th.
okay,
Exhibit 14 and 15 were from the 19th. I'm sorry, September 19th. Is that right?
yes,
And then the last one you have up there is October 10th of '05. That exhibits 16.
okay.
So that's 5 that you have up there, right?
5 through, yes,
So the 31st of October would have been the 6th visit.
okay,
Okay. And your records have Mr. Avery's address, correct? Your office records?
yes,
As an account, an open account that you have, right?
yes,
It had his phone number, right?
yes,
And in fact, you have more than one phone number associated with that particular account, correct?
I do believe so, yes.
Now, the name Yonda, Janda, that also was a name that was used on a prior visit to Teresa to the Avery salvage property, was it not?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 19. See if you can identify that.
Exhibit 19, okay.
It's another one of her fax
Reports,
appointment sheets.
yes.
Okay, if you look at the very first name on the list there, say it again.
Tom Yonda,
Janda, right?
yes,
Can everybody see that? The first name there? And right next to that name is a phone number, right?
yes,
And an address, 12930A Avery Road, correct?
yes.
And that's the very same address and phone number that was given by Mr. Avery when he called in your office on October 31st, right?
Yes,
And so your office knew that this Yonda, was associated with the Avery salvage property.
I'm not sure if Dawn can recognize that at all. The phone numbers are different, so that's why another account was created under B Yonda.
But the very name of the road is Avery, correct?
Correct.
So that's a little bit of a hint that it's associated with Mr. Avery, right?
Sure.
Okay. This one, by the way, is. Maybe you could unzoom it. This is the appointment, I believe, for September 19th. And if you could just read the bottom of that note, push it up a little bit, Dean. It says 919 at the top. She says, I also did one hustle shot. It's the first one on the disc, but I forgot to send the sheet with the info. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Fassbender, Investigator Fassbender from the DCI, met with you, he had you go through a number of records that you had on Mr. Avery's involvement and Teresa Halbach's entire photo shoot history, correct?
Yes.
And you actually printed out a list of all of these, or copies of each one of these forms that, like Exhibit 18 and 19, that we're referring to her today, referring to here today, right?
Yes. Anything that we had in our files. Yes.
Any of these that Teresa had done, you printed out
Yes.
and you looked through them when you talked with him, right?
We didn't look through everything.
Okay. Well, would it be fair to say that from your review of the records, it was clear to you that Teresa did have a history of these hustle shots, of using these hustle shots for some extra income?
Sure. Yes.
And maybe you will need to take a moment to look at these, but I believe in the last 16 or 17 visits, I'm sorry, 16 or 17 days that Teresa did any of these shoots of any kind, she did 12 hustle shots. Does that ring a bell?
I would have to look.
All right. Mark this whole stack of reports. But if you could just take a moment, just ignore my post-its, but count through how many days of shoots that is. It's starting with September 19th, 2005, and then count up how many actual hustle shots she reports.
Okay.
Count the days first.
All right. 15 days.
15 days. Okay. Count up how many hustle shots she did during that 15-day period.
Okay. It appears 5.
Let's look at this again, please. There's one there, right?
Okay. But listed here, this does not tell me that there's a hustle on this sheet.
That's right.
So I did not count that.
Well, she puts down that she did a hustle.
Right. When these sheets would come back, if she would mark down that there's a hustle shot on here before payroll, after they hand in their papers, I would go through the sheet, and if I wouldn't see a hustle on there, I would have to call them
Right.
and say, on this date you have a hustle. I don't see anything for a hustle, unless they would specify. That's how they would be paid for the hustle.
But she wouldn't, on these forms that she faxes back to you, she doesn't always put the names of the hustles that come in later.
Right.
But here, she's just telling you that she did do another hustle. It's just not reflected on these records.
Right, yes.
So she says she did one hustle on this form, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And this one, she does a hustle.
Okay, so that's 2.
Judge, could I ask what the relevance of this
I will get
is
to that.
about this homicide? If she did 9 or 11 or 13 hustle shots.
I will get to that.
I will give him a little latitude.
So there's 3. You saw that one there, right?
Yes.
So there's 8 on that one, right? That's 11. Another one there, that's 12. Do you agree?
Yes, if you count what she wrote up on top.
I couldn't hear the witness response.
If you count what she wrote up top. So what Teresa told you on these forms is that she did 12 hustles in these 15 days.
Correct.
And again, you wouldn't know about those hustles that she did in advance, correct?
Correct.
And so on October 31st of 2005, if Teresa Halbach had done a hustle shot, you would not have known that in advance, would you?
No.
So if Teresa Halbach, after 3:30, 4, whatever, later in the day on October 31st, went to do one of these hustle shots, you wouldn't know it
Correct.
because you never got a completed fax like this back after October 31st.
Correct.
Or anything in the mail with the information from that hustle shot, correct?
Correct.
So the bottom line is, from your records, you don't know and cannot tell this jury whether or not Teresa Halbach left Mr. Avery's property on October 31st and went somewhere else to do a hustle shot. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr.
One follow-up question, Ms. Schuster. The real bottom line is, if Ms. Halbach was killed by Mr. Avery, she couldn't have done a hustle shots after that, could she?
That would be correct.
That's all.
Nothing.
All right, the witness is excused. Members of the jury will take a morning break at this time. The attorneys, I believe, have something to take up outside the presence of the jury, so I can tell you exactly when you will be coming back. But as soon as we're ready, we'll call you back.
Judge, I would move Exhibit 18 and 19 in.
Any objection? Those are admitted.
When would you like us back, Judge?
Let's report back at 25 to 11.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Kratz, do I understand that the state wishes to address the matter outside the presence of the jury before the next witness?
I do, Judge. We do have Don Pliszka, who is our next witness. The court had previously ruled on an admissibility issue. I believe the court contemplated a very brief offer of proof that would require some brief testimony. I'm prepared to call Ms. Pliszka, and I think it probably best we excuse Ms. Pliszka from the courtroom so that counsel can argue admissibility on that one.
Does the defense agree?
Sure.
Okay, very well. You may call your next witness.
Don Pliszka.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Don Pliszka. Pliszka.
Ms. Pliszka, this is not your testimony before the court, but this is, before the jury. But this is simply retrieving from you some very narrow information about a conversation that you had with Teresa. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You were a receptionist with Auto Trader during the fall of 2005. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of relationship did you have with Teresa? In other words, did you and Ms. Halbach have occasion to discuss matters of a more personal nature?
Yes, we did.
During the course of those discussions, did Ms. Halbach ever describe for you a contact or incident that she had with the defendant, Stephen Avery?
Yes.
Could you describe, first of all, the words that she used, and then we will describe the circumstances surrounding that? So first, tell us what she told you.
After she was out there around October 10th, it was like about a week or so after that, she had stated to me that he had come out in a towel.
He, meaning whom?
Stephen Avery.
Had come out where?
She didn't specify. She just said that he had come out, just in a towel.
All right. Did Miss Halbach describe to you anything else about that? Any other details about seeing Mr. Avery in a towel?
I just said, really, and she said, yeah, and she said, yeah, and she laughed and just said kind of, ew,
Okay. You said kind of what?
ew.
Ew?
Yeah, just that.
I guess not in a positive way.
No, not in a positive way, no.
Miss Halbach, or was she seeming to describe a specific event? In other words, was she excuse me, was she remembering that event when she was describing it for you?
Yes.
At least as far as my offer of proof, the rest is argument. I don't have anything further from Miss Pliszka for this offer of proof.
Mr. Strang.
Hi. Do you think this was a week or more after the October 10th?
Yes, that I talked to her. I don't know when the incident exactly was.
Okay, but you're probably talking to Teresa Halbach October 17 or some time shortly after that.
Yeah.
She did not say that this had happened on October 10th or any specific date.
She did not specify the date, no.
She didn't call you to tell you about this incident?
Not specifically, no. It just came up in conversation.
You were chitty-chatty with her?
Yes.
And the reaction was, ew?
Yeah, it was unfavorable.
Yeah. And then she sort of laughed it off?
Right.
This was 15 seconds of conversation?
I would say, yes.
How long was the phone call, roughly?
Altogether, probably a couple of minutes at that time.
What sorts of other subjects did you two cover in that conversation?
Probably just work-related. I don't really remember all the details of the conversation. I just remember her saying that.
Do you remember whether she called you or you called her?
I think that time she called me. Probably she had a question on one of her photos, I think.
Okay, so she had some more immediate work purpose for the call.
Yes.
And the two of you got to sort of chatting, and this is one of the things that she brought up?
Right.
She did not give you any sense of the time of this when this occurred?
No, she did not.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Judge, one follow-up. In the interim, that is, between October 10th and October 17th, or really around that period of time, would you have these kinds of conversations often with Teresa? Personal chit-chatty conversations?
Pretty much every time she called in. I talked to her a couple of times a week because I sent out the photo leads and everything, so we talked quite a bit.
That's all I have. If we could excuse Miss Pliszka, Judge, then I'm prepared to make my argument.
All right, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. You said that the conversation took place a week or so after the 10th.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that October 10th is the day that she was describing that this happened?
I really can't say for sure.
All right, so you don't know if she was talking about a visit to Mr. Avery's property on October the 10th or at some previous unspecified visit?
Yeah, I would not know that for sure.
And do you remember how the comment, or what prompted the comment, what background conversation led up to it?
I don't really remember now. I just remember we used to talk about different things that had happened during our day that were unusual or funny, or different customers and things like that. So.
All right, you are excused from the courtroom for a few minutes. Mr. Kratz?
Thank you, Judge. As this court knows, this statement is being offered pursuant to the hearsay exception of a statement of a recent perception. It's important, Judge, to note the different admissibility standards for recent perception compared to present sense impression, or even excited utterance, where time is important. That being time, the time-sensitive nature. Because of the nature of this particular conversation, it's clear that the three factors that are required for recent perception have been established. First of all, the issue of whether or not the event or condition that's being described was recently perceived is a factor, but recently is in a much broader term. 1988 Court of Appeals decision of Kluver versus Evangelical Reformed Congregation, cited at 143 Wisconsin 2D 806, was an 8 to 10 week period between the event and its description. The recent perception admissibility theory was satisfied by that 8 to 10 week period. But here, Judge, I think we can infer that because it only occurred a short time after the October 10th meeting, that it was of recent perception, at least more recent or recent enough to satisfy that particular prong. Again, Judge, the statement, or secondly, I should say, the statement must be made where the declarant is recalling something clearly, and that it's not in response to some litigation or investigation. The second and third prongs aren't really, I believe, at issue in this case. So I believe the state has met, through this offer of proof, the foundation under 908.0452 with the declarant that this, Ms. Halbach, being unavailable, that this is a statement of recent perception and would ask the court allow its admissibility.
Mr. Strang.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would agree that if this statement fits anywhere, it would fit under Section 908.0452. Wisconsin's unusual, I think, not taken directly from a uniform rules of evidence or model rules of evidence, but Wisconsin's exception for statements of a recent perception. Clear out the underbrush first. If there's no gainsay, in fact, that Teresa Halbach is unavailable, so the state meets that threshold requirement. It would like Mr. Kratz view this statement as not in a contemplation of litigation. I have no reason to question Teresa Halbach's recollection being clear at the time, and this statement was not in response to instigation of a person who was investigating litigating a claim. So the question does come down to the recency requirement. Going back up just a little bit, if you think about the basic rationale of hearsay exceptions, most of them are either because out of the court statement is a type that's extraordinarily reliable, and courts recognize that over the last several centuries, or that the hearsay statement is of a type where we have a high necessity to have something like that. And of course, reliability and necessity are not poles. All of the exceptions, at least their unavailability are concerned, have both a necessity component and then some assurances of reliability. And because we're under the unavailability exceptions, the necessity interest presumably would be higher. And that's why we see a relaxation of the reliability requirement with a little bit more expansive tolerance for a period of time than, for example, under the excited utterance exception, where there's a lower presumptive necessity showing because the availability of the declarant doesn't matter. So, with that focus, let's look first at necessity. Very, very low necessity here. The state originally sought this type of evidence because it had added a sexual assault allegation to the information. Now, that now has been dismissed, so sexual assault is not in play. And the state conceded in its opening statement that it can't answer the motive question, can't explain for a jury why, and won't attempt to prove motive here. So even where sexual assaults go into play, the original reasons the state offered in pursuing this bit of evidence originally as uncharged misconduct both have fallen away, and the necessity is very low. Reliability, though, is quite low here, as my question suggested, and I think the court's question cemented. We have no way of knowing here whether this statement related back as far as June 20 or as recently as October 10, which itself would have been about a week or more after the incident. Mr. Kratz cited Kluver, Klueber, versus Evangelical Reformed Emmanuel Congregation. And it's true that there was an 8 to 10 week period of time at issue in Kluver, but the facts of Kluver are worth noting. The statement was made while the declarant was in a hospital bed recovering from a bad fall. And the court noted, in accepting the 8 to 10 week time period, that the statement was one of his few islets, ISLETS, of memory in this time period since his fall. So there was sort of a compression, or at least an amorphous quality of time for the declarant there, kind of a foreshortening, if you will, of recency given the inquiries or injuries that the man had sustained who was recovering from in the hospital bed. So I don't know in the end that Clover gives us a whole lot of help here. I do concede that we don't need the immediacy or quite the recency that an excited utterance would require for the reasons I've explained concerning the underlying rationale for these hearsay exceptions. But I don't think the state has shown that this had any real recency. It certainly wasn't the purpose of the call. No sense of immediacy, casual chit-chat, at least a week or perhaps 4 months after the incident at least, or at issue. So coupled with the very low necessity for this, at this point, and a dubious showing of recency, whether we look at just to 908.045 number 2, or the court also considers 904.03 analysis, again, with necessity, and how probative really is this of any relevant or material issue. I think for both those reasons, this just ought not to be admitted. There is some prejudice to it too. It's got a little bit of a salacious quality. I'm not saying it couldn't be dealt with on cross, but I don't think the state has met its threshold to fit within the hearsay exception. The state has offered no other, and on balance, I also think that 904.03 would suggest exclusion.
Mr. Kratz.
Just very briefly, Judge. The uniqueness of this statement, that is, the event of a man of Mr. Avery's stature showing up, or coming out, as the term is, in just a towel, we can infer would have drawn some comment if it would have happened sooner, perhaps as early as June 20th, as counsel may have suggested. But I think the fact that this was in the course of business chit-chat, and this statement comes out of the blue, if you will, as far as Mr. Avery goes, adds to its reliability and to its credibility. And for those reasons, Judge, and for the other reasons that I have mentioned, we'll ask the court allow this as admissible.
All right, I'm going to take a few minutes to check a few things. I'll be back probably within about 10 minutes with a decision. The court has previously ruled that the statement regarding the brief statement of Teresa Halbach that Mr. Avery had come out in a towel could be admissible subject to appropriate foundation. The appropriate hearsay exception reads in relevant part as follows. The following statements are not excluded. The statement which describes an event or condition recently perceived by the declarant, not in contemplation of pending or anticipated litigation, and while the declarant's recollection was clear. In this case, it's not disputed that the statement was not made in contemplation of any litigation. There does not seem to be a dispute that the statement was made while the declarant's recollection was clear. There is an issue as to whether or not the statement was described as an event or condition reasonably perceived. The situation is complicated somewhat by the case in that the fact, as the court understands the testimony of the witness, we don't know precisely when the date was that the statement was alleged to have been made. In the court's opinion, this is a very close decision, as the parties recognise the recency requirements does not, in this case, necessarily mean a day or two before, but the court feels that some specificity is required and that in this case we won't really know within the range of weeks or months exactly when the statement was made. Presumably it could have been or when the observation was made. Presumably it could have been any time from the middle of June until October 10th. I'm concerned by the lack of context in which this decision was made, or it's a very short sentence description of an event or condition without any qualifiers or any solid explanation. In the court's opinion, that makes it relevance to the certainty potential for prejudice, relevance less potential for the prejudice greater. And for that reason, while the decision admittedly a close one, the court is not going to allow the evidence, and for the reasons I gave, the lack of specificity and the uncertainty to the exactly when the statement was made, and the fact the different inferences could be drawn from it, because there is so little information about its background. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No.
Very well, we'll bring in the jury. You may be seated. Mr. Kratz, at this time the state may call its next witness.
State will call Don Pliszka, Judge.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Don Pliszka, Pliszka.
Pliszka, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2005 and ask if you can tell the jury how you were employed at that time.
I was a receptionist at Auto Trader.
And what were your duties as a receptionist?
I sent out the photography leads. I took incoming phone calls, sent out T-shirts, mailed out catalogs.
As part of that employment, did you have the privilege of knowing a young woman named Teresa Halbach?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury, please, how you knew Ms. Halbach?
She was one of our photographers. She started just a little after I did, so we were fairly close.
Ms. Pliszka, I'm going to direct your attention specifically to October 31st of 2005. Ask if you were working on that day.
Yes, I was.
Do you remember about what time you started work?
I started at 7 o'clock.
7 in the morning.
Yes.
At or on about 8:12 a.m., do you recall receiving a call that day?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell the jury about that call, please?
It was from a man. He said that he wanted the photographer who had been out there before. He was selling a minivan and he needed her to take photos.
Did this man identify what name the photography job would be under?
I couldn't quite make him out because he was very hard to understand. The closest I got was the initial B Yonda.
This man said that he wanted the photographer who had been out there before. Did he identify by name that person?
No, he did not.
Did he provide you an address where he wanted this photo to be taken?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that was?
I don't remember the exact number, but it was something B Avery Road.
If I showed you a document from that morning, Would that help refresh your recollection of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 17, Janet, do you have that? I have now handed you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 17. Tell the jury, first of all, what is that?
This is a photo shoot lead. It's for a same-day appointment, which we don't normally do. But if the photographer is able to, we could have written them up and send it to them.
Whose handwriting is on that form?
That's mine.
Would that form have been filled out at the same time that you received this call from this person?
It was actually filled out later on, after I had left a message for Teresa to see if she could make it out there that day.
But does that sheet help refresh your recollection as to the information provided by this man?
Yes.
What was the address that was given for the photo shoot?
12930 Avery Road.
Now, when this man said that let me start again. Remind me of the language, the specific language the man used in requesting the photographer.
He had wanted a photographer that had been out there before.
Did he say why he wanted that same photographer?
Because he had a minivan for sale.
Was a phone number provided?
Yes, it was.
Could you tell us what that phone number was, please?
It is 920-755-8715.
Now, did you know the district or the area from whom this call had come? In other words, what photographer you were going to assign to do this shoot?
Yes.
How did you know that?
They were assigned by location. When you would type in the system, it would automatically pop up the photographer's next available date.
Who was the photographer that had that district?
Teresa Hallbach.
I think that you said that same-day appointments were unusual. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Normally, we had a 24-hour notice for photos, but sometimes if someone wanted to make a deadline and the photographer was in the area, we would leave a message for them and then they would go out to that person's residence if they could make it.
Ms. Pliszka, I'm now going to direct your attention to approximately 9:46 a.m. and ask if you tried to call Teresa Hallbach at that time.
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury about that call, please?
I wasn't able to get a hold of her, so I left her a message saying that someone said, that she had been out there before. I couldn't find a record of him in the system, but if she could make it today, that would be fine. Otherwise, I had scheduled it for the following Monday, which would have been her next available appointment.
Were you notified, Ms. Pliszka, any time later that day that Ms. Hallbach was able to make that appointment?
When I came back from lunch, there was a note from Angie Schuster that it was said that she had wanted me to fill out one of these lead sheets and fax it to her because she would be able to make it that same day.
She, meaning Ms. Hallbach.
Miss Hallbach, yes.
Finally, Ms. Pliszka, were you able to and did you in fact speak with Teresa Hallbach later that day?
She called me at 2:27 and we talked.
Who?
Teresa called me at 2:27 and we talked for a little while and she said, yeah, I'm able to go get that photo. By the way, it was the Avery brothers and I'm on my way out there right now.
So, 2:27 p.m., she told you she was on her way to the Avery property?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Pliszka. How do you remember that call?
I remember because I looked at the time because she didn't normally work, I think, past 1 o'clock. And I thought it was kind of late for her to be going out there. So I happened to look at the clock at the time. So,
Ah, just as an aside, do you remember what else you guys talked about at that time?
she needed UPS labels, and then I was telling her about my son going trick-or-treating.
So you remember that being Halloween?
Yes.
Finally, Miss Pliszka, after that call, after you hung up and concluded that call with Teresa, did you ever have occasion to talk with her again?
We tried to get a hold of her on, I think, Thursday morning, but we weren't able to.
Let me ask that again. Did you ever talk to Teresa Habach again after that time?
No, I did not.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 17, Judge. And that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Any objection to the exhibit?
No objection.
Exhibit 17 is admitted. Who will be doing cross?
I will, Judge.
Mr. Buting?
Good morning.
Good morning,
Is it Miss Pliszka?
Pliszka.
Pliszka, okay. Judge, could you maybe explain to the jury that it's your request that we wear these mics when we move around?
That's right. The attorneys who stand, we require the attorneys to use these mics so everyone can hear.
So forgive me if I fumble with them a little bit. All right. Now, you still have Exhibit 17 up in front of you, do you not?
Yes.
All right. Now, I will refer to that in just a minute, but you mentioned that your duties are answering incoming phone calls,
Yes.
calling out to the photographers and assignments,
Yes.
also faxing out these appointment sheets.
Yes.
You actually prepare them sometimes yourself too, right?
Yes.
And how many photographers, and you work in the Hales Corners office, right?
I'm no longer employed there.
I'm sorry. Back in October of 2005,
Yes.
you were, will you wait till I finish the questions so that the reporter is not tripping over his hair? October of 2005, you worked in Hales Corners.
Yes.
And how many photographers did you deal with at that time around the state?
Probably around 6.
Okay. And most of your communication with them was by email or fax or phone?
Mostly by fax and phone.
Mostly by fax and phone. Okay.
Yes.
In fact, did you ever meet Teresa Halbach?
No, I did not.
You never met her face to face at all?
No.
So your relationship with her, when you say you were close, it was just from phone conversations.
From phone conversations, yes.
And these phone conversations were usually just a couple of minutes or so, as you would, because you had other duties, other calls coming in and all of that.
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't really know much personally about her other than what would be transmitted in these very brief phone calls.
Yes.
All right. Now, this phone call that you got on October 31st, you knew the name. You recognized the name Yanda, Janda, right?
That's what I could make out
Okay.
from what he had said.
And in fact, then the man gave you the address and it was on Avery Road, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the Yandas and the Averys were basically the same people, same area, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Were you interviewed by an investigator Uyghur of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department about this incident?
I'm not sure. I believe so.
Okay. Let's say at about 8 or 9 on November 3rd, that would be Thursday. Do you remember getting a call from an investigator at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he asked you some questions of what you knew about this phone call on the 31st of October.
Yes.
And did you tell him that you knew that the Yondas are basically the Avery brothers, that they have done work for them before, but does not know why they gave the name B, Yonda? And did you tell him that?
No, I did not.
So if he wrote that in his report, he was just making it up?
I did not know that it was, Teresa told me it was the Avery brothers. At the time I took the call, I had no idea who was it.
Okay. Exhibit 17 in front of you there has an account number, right?
Yes,
That's the Avery's account, isn't it?
I believe that was one I had just created for this lead.
So you created this as a whole new account?
Because I couldn't find it in the records. I checked by phone number and the last name, and I couldn't find the person in there or him in there.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 19. See if maybe this refreshes your recollection a little bit. Is that one of the appointment sheets that you or somebody in your office prepares and faxes to the photographers?
Yes,
And at the very, very top, there's a little code that says run by,
yes,
and it says DPLISZK. That would be you, right?
yes,
So you actually ran this report yourself?
yes,
On this particular instance, September 19th, 2005, right?
yes,
And the very first name there is Tom Yonda, is it not?
yes, it is.
And the address there, would you read that off, please?
I'm sorry, I can't see.
I'm sorry.
12930 A Avery Road.
Is that the same address that you have on here on Exhibit 17, the photo shoot that you filled out on October 31st?
Yes,
So on October 31st, you did in fact know, or those were records that you had taken an appointment for the Yondas on a prior date?
that's not necessarily from me. There were 3 or 4 of us that would run appointment photos. It would depend. I ran the reports in the morning. I didn't necessarily read them thoroughly. I just would fax them out to the photographer.
If you would look at the screen right there, I'm showing you a zoomed in picture of this Exhibit 19. The date is September 19 of 2005, right?
Yeah,
And that is, it does indicate that you ran that.
I ran the report, but that does not mean that I had taken the original lead.
Sure. But you ran the report, and the report included Tom Yonda, the very first one, very same phone number, very same address that you have in front of you on October 31st exhibit, correct?
No, the phone number is different.
All right, but the address is the same.
Yes, but I didn't search the address in the system.
You just searched by phone?
Right, because we had tried to get people off the phone as quickly as possible. So if I couldn't find it by phone number and last name, and for some reason it didn't come up in the system.
For some reason, but it should have, because you did have a record of Yonda's, correct?
From what that is, yes.
Okay. And I realize it's been a long time, so you may not remember everything as well 15 months later, but the record speaks for itself.
I'm going to object to this. It's argumentative. It says Tom Yonda, not B Yonda, not the phone number. She's answered this. It's argumentative.
I don't know if it's argumentative, but the last thing the attorney said was a statement, not a question.
I will move on, Judge. Sorry. Now, you said that the same day appointments that would be called in were unusual.
Yes,
Not that unusual, though. They happened, right?
yes, they did.
You have a form that's made for this purpose.
Or for reshoots. If someone had already had a photo, the same.
So particularly repeat customers who knew the photographer's route, knew what day they would be in the area, those kind of people that would call the same day. They knew they could still get in before the deadline.
Sometimes people just weren't aware of the deadlines and they would see. We could have also ran it for a week without a photo and just extended his ad as well.
Okay. So when you got this phone call, though, that morning, there was nothing that unusual about it, about getting this call from this gentleman saying he wanted a photograph taken of the car, was there?
No,
Okay. And you just followed your regular routine, which is to call, in this case, Teresa, leave a message with the name, address, see if she was available, right?
I left the name and the phone number and the addresses, yeah. If she could make it, that would be great. If not, we could always call the customer back and he was scheduled for the next week after.
And that's something that she had done before, right?
Yes,
You had done same day ones with her, right?
yes,
And in your experience, it also would not be unusual that the person calling may not be the person who actually owned and selling the vehicle, right?
yes.
In fact, that very day, October 31st, there was a gentleman that called in, left the name Sipple, I believe. Does that ring a bell?
No, it doesn't. It does not.
Well, you sent out, let me do this. Let me mark this as an exhibit. Can you identify Exhibit 20 for us, please?
This one of the leads that we have printed because it was done before 24 hours. That would have been one of her normally scheduled leads for the day of the 31st.
Okay, and that was run by you?
Yes,
Once again. And could you exhibit or identify Exhibit 21 also, please?
that is also another lead. It appears to be the 29th of October.
And at the very top there is a fax date and time. Do you see that?
Yes,
What is it?
it says 10/31, 2005, 0093.
So it's like 12:13 a.m.?
Yes, this appears, I think this is from Teresa because it says rescheduled for Monday.
Right, the handwriting. Let me just put these up on the screen for a minute so we know what we're talking about. Exhibit 20 is the report that you did, that you ran at 7:08 a.m. on Monday, October 31st, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you would have then faxed to Teresa for her schedule for that day, right?
Yes,
And that only has one appointment on it, Mr. George Zipperer, right?
yes,
But in fact, you knew she had more than one appointment on that day, right?
yes,
And exhibit number 21, which I'm showing you now, is the report that you indicated she faxed on October 31st at 1300 hours, right?
yes,
And on that, this is actually an appointment scheduled for the previous day, Saturday, the 29th, I think, right?
Yes,
On that, she wrote another appointment that was to be rescheduled for Monday, right?
yes.
And the name of that individual, can you read? I don't know if you can read the first name, but the last name is Sipple, right?
Yes.
So I have one other one I want to show to you. I haven't marked this yet, but maybe you can tell me from looking at this. Do you know what kind of form this is?
This is the actual lead form that prints along with their schedule.
So this is something that you prepare.
Yes, or I edit it.
I better mark this actually. And this is Exhibit 22.
Yes, this was the one I had originally done, and I believe I changed it for the Monday, the same day appointment for the 31st. I was originally going to schedule it for the following week.
Okay, but what's the difference between Exhibit 22 and Exhibit 17?
That wouldn't print until the next day. This one here, Exhibit 22, would not have printed until Tuesday.
Okay,
Because that's why we usually don't do same day appointments, because they don't print until the following day.
okay. So by print, you mean enter the information in your computer and do what? You fax within, that's not what you fax to the photographers usually, is it?
Yes,
It is?
it is, yes.
Okay,
They got that actually as well, too. So they could put information on there pertaining to the ad and then photo number and everything so it would match up.
okay. And this specifically is for B Yonda, right?
Yes,
Is that the address 12930A Avery Road?
yes,
It's got phone numbers over there on the right, correct?
yes,
Even got information about the vehicle, 1989 Dodge minivan.
yes.
And that is to be, what is it, run?
Run till sold.
What does
Run
that
till
mean?
sold. The ad will run until it will run as long as the person needs to, as long as they would have called every 3 weeks to renew it.
Okay, so all of this information was given to you by the caller on October 31st at 8:12 a.m., right?
Yes, it was.
Now, did you know that Mr. Avery had, you did know that Mr. Avery had Teresa's direct phone number, right?
No, I did not.
Were you aware that he had done a privately arranged shoot with her on October 10th?
I wasn't. Those are called hustle shots, and I didn't have any information about those, so I wouldn't have known.
Well, let me show you a couple more exhibits. I'm showing you Exhibit 23. Can you identify that, please?
It's another, it's a one of her lead sheets, and it looks like it has, I think that's her writing on there. This is when she was done with photos.
Right.
She would fax them in so she could get paid for them.
Sure, I understand. And this one also was prepared by you?
Yes,
Okay, and the date of this one is?
10/10/2005.
Okay. And what this does is the list, well, let me put up on the screen once and we'll talk about what it says. Can you also identify Exhibit 24?
This appears to be one of the logs that the photographers did on their own, like a hustle shot, or maybe a call in, or something that they would have written up themselves. So this is Teresa's writing.
That looks like Teresa's writing.
That looks like Teresa's writing, yeah.
And can you tell what date this is at all, or where it came from, or if it's in any way associated with Exhibit 23?
I really can't be certain.
Okay. Well, let me put them up on the bigger screen and we'll talk about them from there, please. All right, first, Exhibit 23. Let's see here. This is the exhibit you mentioned you prepared on October 10th, right?
Yes.
It's a little bit hard to see there, but there you go, October 10th. And this was a list of Teresa's scheduled appointments that had been made through AutoTrader on that day, right?
Yes.
And there are just three, actually looks to me like the second one is crossed off. It's a Robert Budry.
Yes.
First one is Robert Budry. Second one is Roger Pugel or something like that.
Yes.
But Mr. Avery is not here, correct? He was not a scheduled appointment that day.
No, he was not.
Yet down below, she has written Stephen Avery, right?
Yes.
And done next to that, right?
Right.
And in fact, your records, you are aware that there's actually a photograph that she took on that date of a Pontiac Grand Prix from Mr. Avery. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't certain of the vehicle. I did not know she had an appointment on the 10th, but I wasn't sure of what the vehicle was.
Okay. So that was an appointment that Mr. Avery apparently arranged privately with her rather than through your office, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And the hustle shot document that you are referring to, let me zoom out first so the jury can see. These are forms that photographers have that they fill out, or they may fill out if they are doing hustle shots,
Yes.
privately arranged shots, right?
Yes.
In fact, it says at the top, private party, photo log, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, a little hard to see. And in this, she has got Stephen Avery's name.
Yes.
And you recognize this to be her handwriting
Yes.
because you've seen it many times. And then she also says, Steve Avery, $45 paid cash, right?
That looks like the account number, 45800.
Oh, okay.
That's the account number.
I'm sorry. Just says paid cash.
Right.
And it lists the 1984 Pontiac Grand Prix T-tops and Oldsmobile engine 5.0 make offer. And it has got a phone number, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say then that the records show Mr. Avery must have had some phone number for Teresa in order to make this private arrangements with her on that date?
Objection. Speculative, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. This is an example of these hustle shots that are made privately between the photographer and the customer, right?
Yes.
And you know that does happen frequently with photographers, correct?
Yes, it does.
And that it did happen with Teresa.
Yes.
In fact, more than just this one time we mentioned with Mr. Avery, there are many hustle shots she did, correct?
Yes.
And when she would do those, you would have no way of knowing that she had gone to one of these private party hustle shots until she faxed back the report at the end of the day. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, though, on October 31st, you never got a form back that said where she had gone, right?
No.
So you don't know whether or not Teresa had any hustle shots, privately arranged shots on October 31st, do you?
No, I don't.
And this phone conversation that you had with her at 2:27 p.m., you had some brief discussion, and she said that she was on her way to Avery's.
Yes, she did.
She said the Avery brothers. Is that what she said?
She said the Avery brothers. Yes.
She seemed very familiar with them.
Yes, she did.
You don't know whether she meant she was on her way directly or whether she intended to make another stop before she got there?
No, I don't. I just assumed. She said she was on her way there right now, so I assumed.
Okay, so if she was not there for another hour, you don't know whether she would have made it another stop, get a bite to eat, something like that,
No, I would not.
or if she had another hustle shot in between.
No, I would not.
More importantly, you don't know whether after Mr. Avery, Teresa had a private hustle shop where she was going, where she was planning to go to, do you?
She didn't mention it, but no, I didn't. I did not.
And she wasn't in the habit of mentioning when her hustle shots were with you, right?
She would, sometimes she wouldn't, so
Okay. Now, these hustle shots, by the way, sometimes they would be where she could go to a customer for one car and she would hustle a second one while she was there, right?
yes.
And in fact, that happened in this Tom Yonda case where she got two photos on the same date, September 19, right?
I'm not certain.
All right. Well, that was something that happened, and those were considered hustle shots too, right?
Yes.
So you don't know whether somebody hailed her as she was leaving Stephen Avery's residence, somebody else on the Avery salvage property, a brother, customer, whatever, who hailed her and said, "Hey, let's take a picture, private hustle shot of another vehicle." Do you?
Judge, objection. That does call for speculation.
My question was, she doesn't know I'm trying to establish.
The objection is overruled.
Is that correct?
I would not know.
All right. Now, just a couple of one other point I want to make here. Since it appears that Mr. Avery had made a private hustle arrangement with Teresa Halbach in the past, you don't know of any reason why he couldn't have also done that on October 31st, do you?
Unless he would have lost her phone number, no.
Okay, and of course, if he was going to do that, put it this way. If he had wanted to kill Teresa Halbach, he could have simply called her directly instead of calling your office and leaving a red trail. Easy trail right to his house, couldn't he?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Kratz, any other questions?
No.
Very well, you are excused. Members of the jury, that takes us to noon. So we'll take a lunch break at this time and resume at 1 o'clock. I will remind you again, do not discuss the case or any of the testimony you have heard this morning or anything else about this case during the noon hour. All right, counsel, are there going to be any other outside the presence of the jury matters to address this afternoon that you are aware of?
No, Judge.
Not that I can think of.
I would, and I should have. I move the admission of all those exhibits that I referred to, which are, looks like 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Well, 24, she said she couldn't identify, so we'll object to that. Doesn't seem that he posted it to the jury when she said she couldn't identify it, but it should not have been received. It was not identified.
She did identify it as Teresa's handwriting. She identified it as private party log that's used in their business. The only thing she couldn't identify was the date, but that will be linked up by prior witness who testified that on October 10th, 2005, a photograph was taken of that very car that's listed there,
Mr. Kratz.
which is Exhibit 16.
I don't object to the relevance in that it appears to link up, but she couldn't identify it.
I think she identified some elements of it. The date she couldn't identify, but that's by the nature of the exhibit though. Actually, I think the date's repeated again a little higher where it's easier to see. At any rate, I'm going to move all exhibits.
Thank you.
See you at 1.
At 1, you said?
Yes. At this time, we are back on the record. Mr. Kratz, you may call your next witness.
State would call Kurt Drumm, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Curtis W. Drumm, Drumm.
Mr. Drumm, if you could sit back just a little bit. You're a little loud. Tell the jury, please, where are you from?
I live in Manitowoc.
And were you asked on the 4th of November of 2005 to assist law enforcement officers in search efforts for Teresa Halbach?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked to help with?
At that point, I didn't know the name or anything else, just that I was asked to help search for a missing person.
Sometime on the 4th, then, of November, Mr. Drumm, did you assist law enforcement?
Yes, we went up that afternoon for about 2.5 hours.
You probably might want to tell the jury what you mean by we went up.
I'm sorry. They had called and asked if we had an aircraft available. I operate the pilot services at the Manitowoc Airport, and our run was called the Fixed Base Operator. We rent airplanes, provide flight instruction, things like that. The sheriff's department called and noted that they had a missing person, and we would have an airplane and pilot available to go up and search several locations that they thought she might have been at. And I said yes, and we set up a time. They came out in the afternoon. We went up for about 2.5 hours, starting around 1:30, 2 o'clock, and flew until sometime around 5 p.m. We went to 2 different locations in the Manitowoc County area, and then followed a path that took us up towards Green Bay, and then back towards this area where the home was, and then back over to the Manitowoc area.
One of the first witnesses that answered all my questions before I even asked them. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't know what order you wanted it.
trust me, it's pleasant this way, Mr. Drumm. I'm going to have to go back, though. The investigators that you went up with, did those include Sheriff Jerry Poggle from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, as well as Investigator Wendy Baldwin from the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Were you told where to fly? In other words, were you told what locations they were interested in?
They gave me, I think, some latitude longitudes, which I programmed into a GPS. And of course, I knew nothing of the nature of the investigation. They just told me to go there, that they were looking for a possible car or person. First location was relatively near the airport. Am I getting ahead of myself?
No, you're doing great. Why don't you tell us that first location? By the way, do you know whose home or whose residence or where that was located?
They did not tell me, no. It was the vicinity of Highway 310 in Q, I believe, about 1.5 miles from the airport. We circled over that property in a radius of a couple miles around that area.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Drumm. The residence around Highway 310 and Q, was that the first location that they instructed you to look at?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar, Mr. Drumm, with the Avery Auto Salvage property?
I was not until the following. Everything had happened.
But are you now familiar?
Oh, yes, sir.
And was that the first property that they asked you to go search around?
No, that was the second.
All right. So Avery's wasn't even the first place that they asked you to look?
No, sir.
All right. After that first residence, then you were asked to search a second property. Is that right?
That's affirmative. That ended up being the Avery property. We followed roads. Again, they weren't sure why she was missing. So we followed roads and the smaller county highways to see if she had maybe gone off the road or into the ditch or had an accident. That wasn't reported or otherwise found. Eventually worked our way up to what's the Avery property.
When you say that we were searching, what's all included in an aerial search or a search with an airplane?
You know, they were the investigators, so they knew what they were looking for. As a pilot, I'm more used to looking at things from the air, so they gave me a description of the vehicle we were looking for, the color and the make and model. And we tried to see if there was any place where the car might have been in a ditch or an area where it may have been involved in an accident, or if it had been hidden someplace, or behind a garage, or in front of some trees or whatever. From above, you have got a better perspective of areas, being able to look down through the trees through different areas. So we tried to find the car.
Mr. Drumm, then, not just residences, but you also search roadways and ditches?
Roadways, ditches, area farms, behind barns, any place that, she may have gone either, on purpose or otherwise. We just tried to identify any places we might assist in finding the car.
There's an exhibit in front of you, exhibit number 25. I'm going to have the jury look at this at the same time you are. Why don't you tell us what this is? What are we looking at?
Looks like a salvage yard.
And again, does exhibit 25, at least from an aerial view, which are views that you are familiar with, does this look the same or similar as it did on or about the 4th of November of 2005?
Yes, it does. Yeah, there were several adjacent gravel pits to it, forest areas, farm areas. This appears to be the private property we looked at.
Okay. Now, I assume, Mr. Drumm, that as we zoom in a little bit on this photograph, is it fair that it would be difficult to pick out a specific car in that location?
We tried to fly over different aisles, and the size of the yard was so expansive and so many vehicles there. It was difficult really to pick out anything of any detail. We were at about 500 feet, which is the FFA minimum for a flight over unpopulated areas. But even from 500 feet, it's tough to pick out a specific car.
All right. Did you find any vehicle that looked like a blue or teal or greenish Toyota RAV4?
Not that I'm aware of. If the investigators saw something, they didn't tell me.
After the Avery property was searched, you said that you went someplace else. Could you describe that?
They had indicated that she might have had some friends up in Green Bay that she might have been meeting with, and we followed primarily the county roads east of I-43 because that's where she would have been coming from this, if this had been her last stop, and worked our way up towards Green Bay again, looking to see if there was anything in ditches or side roads or anything. I questioned why they said, well, maybe she had an accident or something hadn't been reported or was at the side of the road. So we followed the roads all the way up, almost to Green Bay, then turned around and followed the roads on the west side back towards her residence. And again, searching all the side roads and looking for anything that might have been out of the ordinary.
So you were told that the area on or adjacent to the Habak, that is, the Teresa Habak residence, was also searched. Is that right?
Yes, we spent a fair amount of time in that vicinity again, looking to see if the car was around, if we could find anything that might help them find that girl.
Was there also another property, that is, another residence in Calumet County that you were asked to search around? Do you remember?
We may have gone. They may have. We flew over a lot of areas. Basically, I just flew the airplane and the investigators asked me to go left or go right to different areas. I didn't question where exactly they were looking. But we spent a fair amount of time in this area looking at different areas, just points of interest of theirs.
And to get right to the question, Mr. Drumm, at least based upon what the investigators told you, was the Avery salvage property the focal point or the only place that you were looking for Teresa's car?
No, we spent substantial time looking at other locations.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 25. That's all the questions I have.
No objection.
Very well. The exhibit is admitted. Mr. Strang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Drumm.
Hi.
Do you know what the first place was that you flew over near the intersection of 310 and Q?
They mentioned the name, and I don't really recall. They just said that these were locations where she had appointments.
Okay. There was a residence?
There was a residence and several outbuildings, several trees.
Rural sort of residences?
Pardon me?
Rural sort of residences?
Yes.
Okay. So you went there, then you flew essentially north to the Michicot area, to the Avery property?
Correct.
From there, continued north to the Green Bay area?
Correct. We didn't do the city of Green Bay. We got to the southern outskirts.
Following what? 42 or 57?
We basically followed the east side of I-43.
Okay. Back down along the lakeshore?
No, we came back down on the west side of I-43, back toward
Chilton,
Chilton.
past Hilbert, St. John.
Again, kind of zigzagged around from an airplane at 500 to 1,000 feet, clear day. You have pretty good visibility.
This was on November 4.
Yes, correct.
The plane wasn't equipped with aerial photography equipment.
No, sir.
And obviously, you were piloting the plane.
Yes.
So someone else in the plane was taking photos.
I believe one of the investigators was taking pictures.
I mean, not you.
No.
And were these just sort of regular snapshot kind of cameras out of the window as you banked?
Yes.
Any videotaping going on in November 4th?
I'm sorry. I don't recall that.
Fair enough.
I was looking out the front window.
I understand that. And then, as you flew back from Chilton, Hilbert, and the area north of here, back to Manitowoc, was it back to the Avery Auto Salvage or back to the airport?
Back to the airport.
Okay. Now, the photograph that we have up here is Exhibit 25. As it is set up now, that's a view from substantially above 500 feet above ground level. True?
From that perspective, we would have been, that looks like higher than 500 feet.
1,500 feet above ground level, probably something like that.
Depends on the angle of the lens you use. That could have been much lower if you use a wide enough lens and made it look like that. It's hard to tell.
I'm just looking at the size of the buildings and the size of cars. You've been flying for how long?
15, 20 years.
Okay. Familiar with something called pattern altitude?
Yes.
Ordinarily, that's 1,000 feet above ground level.
Correct.
Okay. Pattern meaning when you are in a pattern over the airport.
Right.
You have done a lot of flying in the pattern, as they say, at 1,000 feet above ground level.
Correct.
You are familiar with the general view of terrain at approximately that altitude?
Correct.
This looks a little bit higher than that.
If you were at 1,000 looking with the naked eye, that's higher.
Okay. Now, maybe with Mr. Kratz's help, we can zoom in just a little bit.
Where would you like me to zoom in?
Let's go up to the pond. Can we go to a little further, or do we lose resolution? Okay, let's work with that. Just give us a perspective of about 500 feet above ground level.
That's approximately 500.
Okay, which is considered the minimum safe altitude for flying over sparsely populated areas.
Correct.
Now, if I realise the window is in the photograph, but this area here, can you see me and see it?
Yes.
Why don't you tell our jurors what you recall this area as being, if you do?
I don't exactly recall if that's a gravel pit area. There were a lot of gravel pit areas, either active or abandoned. I don't recall what that area was.
Just for orientation, though, you recall this as being south, that is, the right edge of this photo as being south?
I believe so.
Okay. What do you remember is there were a lot of gravel pits around the Avery Auto Salvage?
That's correct.
Or quarries?
Correct.
Okay. And whether that's one of them or not, you just don't remember.
Again, I don't know what I was looking for, so other than a car.
You went up again on November 5th, or no, on Saturday, November 5th, or no?
Not with law enforcement.
Not with law enforcement?
No, I made other flights. Subsequent, once it became apparent what was going on, but not with any law enforcement.
With whom did you make other flights over the Avery Auto Salvage property?
I don't recall.
But I mean, just as a matter of interest, while the search for Teresa Halbach was going on?
The area north of the airport in that vicinity is a regular practice area we use with students. It's off the airways. It's not near the airport. It's an area where we use for practicing flying over unpopulated areas.
Okay.
So that wouldn't be in the path of going to some place on a training flight.
And in other words, the flights you did later, to the extent they took you over the Avery Auto Salvage, were unrelated to the search for Teresa Halbach?
Right? They had nothing to do with it.
How much time did you spend in the general vicinity of the Avery Auto Salvage Yard?
Oh, I would say maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
How much time, roughly, over the first residence, Highway 310 and Highway Q?
5 or 10.
And mostly then, transit time, other than some time circling over Hilbert, St. John's, that area?
Correct. And when we did our transit, they weren't straight lines necessarily. We flew around again, surveying the side roads, trying to see if we could see anything.
That's all I have. Oh, I'm sorry, just a moment. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Kratz, any redirect?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Very well. The witness is excused.
Steve Schmitz, please.
Please raise your right hand.
Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Schmitz, Schmitz.
Mr. Schmitz, where are you from, sir?
New Holstein, Wisconsin.
I'm going to direct your attention to the 31st of October, 2005. Ask if you remember that day.
Yes, I do.
And Did you make any contact that day with the young woman that you later learned was Teresa Habach?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury, please, how it was that you made contact with Ms. Habach.
I had a car for sale. She contacted me that day. She was going to be here about 1:30. She showed up. She did the photography of my car. I gave her a check. She gave me a receipt with a bag with information in it and then left.
I'm going to show you what's been received as exhibit number 5. Ask you if you can direct your attention to the large screen. Is this the woman that you made contact with the afternoon of the 31st?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Schmitz, how long was it that this transaction occurred? In other words, how long did it take for Ms. Habach to take the photographs, get paid, give you the information, and be on her way?
10 to 15 minutes, max.
Where did this transaction take place?
In my driveway.
In New Holstein?
Yeah.
You're quite sure it was around 1:30 p.m.?
Yes, I am.
The vehicle that's depicted here in exhibit number 5, the bluish-green SUV, was that the vehicle that Ms. Habach was driving, if you remember?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, please, how Ms. Habach was dressed that day, if you remember?
She had blue jeans on, button-up white blouse, and a spring jacket, waist length. I believe it was blue in color.
I don't expect you to know this, Mr. Schmitz, but I will ask it anyway. Do you know what kind or what brand of blue jeans she was wearing?
No.
How long did you say the jacket was that she had on?
I would say about waist length. It was like a summer jacket.
How was she paid, if you remember?
I gave her a check.
After Ms. Habach concluded her transaction with you, do you know which way she left, which way she drove?
She headed north on Highway A.
And for those of us not familiar with the New Holstein area, does going north on Highway A intersect with any large roads that we would know?
It was formerly Highway 149. Now I believe it's HH.
What's north of that is what I'm asking.
151, if you keep going north.
151 would be the main road, or the main trunk road between would be Chilton and the Calumet County area and Manitowoc. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Habach appear upset to you when you met with her?
No. Very friendly and very polite.
The information or the papers that she left with you, do you recall those? Can you describe them?
Yeah. One was for a sell sign. There was a book that was the auto trader, and then there was like a contract. If you were to sell your vehicle, how to fill it out properly, like a sales receipt.
So a receipt and an Auto Trader magazine, is that right?
Right.
Do you recall what that receipt looked like?
It was a larger white thing, probably 6 by 8 square, just a common receipt.
Do you know what it was called? You didn't keep it, did you?
No!
I think that's all I have of Mr. Schmitz. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Strang.
Mr. Schmitz, just generally, where is New Holstein in relation to, let's say, the city of Manitowoc?
Oh, quite the ways away. I would say probably 35 miles.
Is it west, southwest?
West. Yeah, southwest.
That is, New Holstein is west and a little south of Manitowoc.
I'm actually south of New Holstein.
Okay, fair enough. The car you had was at your house, as you said,
Yes,
but you owned that jointly with another gentleman.
yes, I did.
His name is Craig Sipple.
Yes,
Mr. Sipple is the one who actually called and made the appointment with Auto Trader
yes,
and gave your address, presumably,
yes.
as the place for the photo shoot.
Right. The car is stored in my shed.
In your shed.
Yes,
You may need to swing your mic a little closer to you or you a little closer to it. If you get too close, it gets too loud. A delicate balance. Mr. Sipple is a friend of yours.
yes,
You know him well.
yes,
You know him well.
yes.
He wasn't trying to lure a photographer to your house by using his name when he called Auto Trader, asking for someone to come to your residence.
No.
Thanks. That's all I have got.
Very well.
Judge, if I could ask one follow-up question.
Yes.
Mr. Schmitz, do you recall the date that law enforcement came and asked you questions regarding the contact with Ms. Hawak?
Like a day or so after. I'm not positive. They contacted me to make sure that she was there, and I said, yes, she was.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
You are excused.
Thank you.
State will call Joellen Zipperer to the stand.
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Joellen Zipperer, Zipperer.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Zipperer. The questions that I have for you relate to incidents that occurred on the 31st of October of last year, 2005. Let me first ask you, Mrs. Zipperer, where do you live?
4433 County Trunk B in Manitowoc.
Is that residence near any intersections, any major roads?
Near 310 and B.
So your residence is near Highway 310, is that right?
Yes,
Who do you live there with, Mrs. Zipperer?
my husband and my daughter and my grandson.
If we all promise not to call you Mrs. Zipperer, could you give us your home telephone number, please?
682-5719.
Thank you. On the 31st of October, 2005, do you remember having contact with a young lady at your residence?
Yes, I do.
First of all, could you tell the jury about what time you had contact with this young lady?
Mid-afternoon.
Do you know any closer time to that? Anything more specific? Or do you not recall?
Not exactly. I think it was maybe around 3 o'clock. I'm not sure exactly. I was outside working, so.
Do you know for sure, or are you guessing, Mrs. Zipperer?
I'm just estimating that it was around mid-afternoon.
Okay. Could you tell me what this young lady looked like?
She was shorter than I am. She was slender, petite, young.
Did you have any conversation with this young lady?
Yes, I did.
Do you know why she was there, or can you tell the jury why she was there?
She was taking a picture of a car we had for sale.
Did this young lady identify herself? Did she tell you what her name was?
I don't remember that she told me her name.
After watching the news, or a couple days after having contact with this young woman, did you find out or figure out who it was that was at your residence?
Yes,
And do you remember who that was?
yes.
Who was that?
It was Teresa Halbach.
I'll show you a picture which has been received as exhibit number 5, just so that we're all sure. If you look to your right, is that the young lady that was at your residence on the 31st?
Yes, it was.
Mrs. Zipperer, can you tell the jury if you remember what this young lady was wearing?
She was wearing a dark jacket, waist length. I think she had jeans, and she had brown hiking boots. Hiking shoes, not boots. They were shoes.
All right. When you had contact with this young lady, how long was it that you spoke with her?
About 15 minutes she was there.
And after taking the pictures, or after finishing her business there, can you tell me what she did?
She came to talk to me with some papers. She told me that I should give them to my husband and he should look them over and decide if he wanted to go ahead and put the car in the magazine. And if he did, the picture would be already taken. Then all he had to do was call her the next day or whenever he decided to put it in the paper, the magazine.
Mrs. Zipperer, I have handed you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 26. It's a bag full of materials. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes,
And do you recognize the materials or the papers that are inside of it?
yes,
Were those the materials or the papers that Teresa Halbach left for you or gave to you after you had your transaction with her?
yes.
You can just kind of pick one of those things up. First of all, let's start with the Auto Trader magazine. Is there a magazine in there? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you show that to the jury, please? Is there something in those papers called a bill of sale?
Yes,
Would you show that to the jury, please? And is there also a for sale sign in there?
yes.
Could you show us that, please? You can put them back into the bag, if you will. I have now given you what's been marked as exhibit number 27. It's a photograph, but it may be a little easier for the jury to see what we're talking about. Can you tell us what exhibit 27 is, please?
I'm not sure what this is.
You don't know what that's a photograph of?
I don't have any quarrel that it's a photograph of the items in Exhibit 26.
You were just holding those items, weren't you, in exhibit 26? Isn't this a picture of the things that are in exhibit 26?
Oh, yes.
A for sale sign, a bill of sale, and an Auto Trader magazine?
Yes.
Thank you, counsel. Mrs. Zipperer, after speaking with this young woman, did she tell you where she was going, where she was heading next?
No, she didn't.
How long was she there?
About 15 minutes.
This young lady seem upset to you?
No.
How was her demeanor? In other words, how did she act towards you?
She was very nice. She was pleasant and friendly. She smiled. A couple things we talked about, she smiled.
Now, prior to her arrival, Mrs. Zipperer, do you recall receiving a phone call from this young lady?
That day,
Yes.
she left a message that she was having trouble finding our house, but I was outside, so I didn't hear it until later, after she was gone. But she found the place. She just told me that she was having trouble finding it. And then she asked me if that was the right house. I said yes. And she asked me if it was okay if we took a picture of the car. And then I showed her how to get to it. And then she went by herself to take the picture.
When she told you that she found the place, or when she indicated that she had been lost before she got there. Did she indicate how long she was looking for your residence, or how long she had called you before she got there? Anything like that?
No, she didn't.
Now, was this a vehicle that you were selling or somebody else?
My grandson was selling it.
So you didn't have anything to do with the sale of this car, is that right?
No,
You were just the one that spoke with Ms. Havok, is that right?
yes.
Did you see her leave?
No, I did not see her leave.
Mrs. Zipperer, after your brief contact with Ms. Havok, did you have any further discussion with her, or did you ever talk to this young lady again?
No, I did not.
I think that's all I have then, Judge. I would move 26 and 27 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honour.
26 and 27 are admitted, Mr. Strang.
Thank you. Mrs. Zipperer, I have several questions for you. You were out working in the yard, so you weren't clear on the passage of time that afternoon, as I understand you?
When she came?
Right.
Not exactly. No, I was outside and it was estimated mid-afternoon.
Sure. And by mid-afternoon, possibly it could have been as early as, say, 2:30 or something like that?
Could have been. She had time that she was trying to, she had a time that she was trying to find our house on our message, our answering machine.
Right. But you heard that message only later, correct?
Right.
I'm sorry. This is a strange place. Nods of heads don't work as well here as they do outside. So you didn't hear the message until sometime later, after she left?
In the evening, I heard it.
So I guess mid-afternoon could have been 2:30 possibly.
Could have been.
Could have been 3.
Could have been.
Could have been 3:30 or a little after that. Something like that. But sometime in the middle of the afternoon.
Yes.
That's the best you can do for us today?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And what sort of yard work was keeping you busy that afternoon?
I was outside raking.
So it's the kind of thing where either you weren't wearing a watch or you weren't worrying about the time.
No, I don't wear a watch.
Now, you folks are, your address is actually on County Highway B,
Right.
County Road B. Okay. Mr. Kratz may have asked you this, and I was jotting a note, and maybe didn't hear it. But if you continue going north on County Road B, do you come to Highway 147?
Right.
Not too far away, right?
It's about 10 minutes from our house.
To the north of B, right?
Yes.
And if you go left on 147, before too long, do you come to the Avery Auto Salvage on your left?
I don't know where that is. I was never there.
Okay, all right. Are you at County Road B and Highway 147? Is that roughly the Mishicot area?
Right.
And you are pretty much due north of the city of Manitowoc?
Right.
All right. Now, you didn't see from which direction this young woman came to your house?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see which direction she left your house from?
I did not.
Okay. You came in for supper time?
I did.
Yes, back to the house.
Yes.
And your husband, George, came home?
Yes.
Your grandson? This was his car.
Yes.
His name is Jason?
Yes.
He was home too?
I'm not sure when he came home.
Sometime that evening, or in any event, he stays with you.
Yes,
Okay. Were you there nearby on the evening of November 3rd, 3 days after this Thursday, November 3rd, sometime shortly after supper when your husband, George, got a telephone call from a sheriff's detective?
I could have been.
Do you remember that call?
I think so.
Actually, and then later on in the evening, pretty late, about 9:40 at night, a second call came in from the sheriff's detective.
Yes,
Someone in Calumet County, both times. Do you remember that?
I don't remember which one it was.
But George was on the phone both times.
Yes,
And the first one, do you remember George raising his voice and getting angry?
at the first one,
Yes.
he could have.
When you say he could have, I'm wondering whether you remember that or that just sounds like something George might do on a bad day.
Yes, he does raise his voice sometimes.
Do you remember that occasion when the sheriff's detective called from Calumet and George raised his voice on the phone?
Judge, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Mrs. Zipperer was involved in this call. Did she testify that she knew who was on the phone?
Yes,
I believe she did.
right. And Mrs. Zipperer, you weren't on the phone yourself,
No,
but you were near George on his end. I mean, you were in the room or near George while he was on the phone?
I could have been in the house. I don't remember exactly which call. I didn't listen always to what he talks
Mm-hmm.
to.
But do you remember a time when there was a great deal of news about Teresa Holbach being missing?
Yes,
All right. So this would have been that very night that it first made the news, 3 days after she was to your home, that Thursday. Do you have that
yes,
evening in mind?
yes.
And I take it it's not often that a detective calls from the sheriff's department to your home.
No,
Do you remember hearing your husband, George, after he raised his voice into the telephone, threatening he was going to call his attorney?
I'm going to object. This is clearly hearsay.
Let's. Mr. Strang,
I'm not offering it for the truth. I'm offering it for the fact that it was said.
I'm not sure I discern the difference you are offering it not for because the fact it was said.
Yeah, the verbal acts. In fact, I intend to show these were not the truth, were not being offered for the truth.
Well, let's step back a second. Foundationally, I know the witness testified about being aware of some calls, but I'm not sure if I'm tracking that she remembers a specific caller being there. So why don't you step back?
Sure, that's fair enough. And I understand this is the better part of 1.5 years ago, but do you remember your husband receiving a call on Thursday evening, November 3rd, 2005, which was the night that the news first reported Teresa Holbach missing?
I don't remember the specific date. No,
Do you remember the phone call that I'm describing?
I remember him talking to someone, but I don't know when.
Okay.
I don't know if I know who was talking to.
Okay. And I'm not asking for the name of the other person. I understand you weren't on the phone, but this was the night that he would have received 2 phone calls, 2 separate phone calls from an investigator.
Judge, I'm going to have to object. I want to be heard outside the presence of the jury. Counsel is testifying.
All right, we will excuse the jury for a few minutes. All right, Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Judge. This is clearly a hearsay, and counsel injecting the facts in front of this jury, making comments like this is the night that the two investigators called you, not only calls for hearsay response, but Mr. Strang is offering the testimony in lieu of this witness. I don't see any exception to the hearsay rule. It is for the truth of the matter asserted, even if Mr. Strang's relevancy, if there is any, is the fact that an investigator called, suggesting the fact that it was an investigator on the phone elicits that hearsay response. It is improper, Judge.
Mr. Strang.
Why don't we excuse the witness so that we're not tainting her testimony by my response?
All right, Miss Zipper, can you step out in the hall for a minute? Mr. Strang.
Thank you. First of all, I am leading the witness. This being cross-examination, I'm suggesting to her the answer. The basis, a good faith basis, for the questions is indisputable. I have one report from Corporal Lemieux of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department documenting her phone call. She doesn't give a time of the actual call. She only tells us that about 5 o'clock on Thursday, November 3rd, 2005, is when she begins working on the missing person investigation and then writes a report that sort of logs her activities that evening. One of them being a call with Mr. Zipperer in which he becomes belligerent on the phone. And then I have the report of investigator John Diedering of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department documenting his call later that same evening. He places the call at approximately 9:40 p.m. on Thursday, November 3rd, 2005, and describes verbatim. His report says George was extremely belligerent initially and goes on from there. I don't intend to offer Mr. Zipperer's comments for their truth. Indeed, the intent is to show that Mr. Zipperer told, first, Corporal Lemieux and then Investigator Diedering a series of lies about his own activities, about Jason's activities, about whether the auto trader photographer was a trespasser on the property, threatened to have the dog eat anyone who would come on the property, wanting Teresa Holbeck arrested even after being told that she was a missing person, denying that he had contacted Auto Trader or arranged for photographs of the car. So what I'm interested in is eliciting, not for the truth, but as relevant verbal acts, these statements that I believe she would have overheard.
Mr. Kratz.
Judge, the fact that first of all, the fact that Mr. Strang has to ask this witness who she was talking to, that alone calls for a hearsay response. So there isn't any foundation. But the relevance, even if there was a hearsay exception to the fact that Mr. Zipperer flies off the handle or indicates that Ms. Holbeck was a trespasser or some other reason, I fail to see. And for both of those reasons, would ask that this question be excluded.
Now, she herself meets with Investigator Diedering later that evening at what he marks as 9:53 p.m. So he physically then comes to the residence. Investigator Diedering does. He talks with her as well as her husband. So again, that's why I believe she's there. And that's the background.
I think I understand your objection to the hearsay exception being that you are not offering the statements for the truth of the matter asserted. But what's the relevance?
The issue here is whether the people investigating Teresa's death investigated without bias, investigated objectively, sort of followed the evidence where it led them. When somebody who was essentially evenly placed with Mr. Avery, that is, both known to be appointments on the afternoon that Teresa Hallback is last seen, when that person becomes belligerent and uncooperative with the police, continues to be bellicose and uncooperative when told that this is a missing person and that the police need help, and then tells the police a series, not one, not two, but a whole series of lies, it's relevant to whether the police then pursued that and said, gosh, we have somebody who would have been one of the last people to see her, and he's lying to us about just about everything that's coming out of his mouth. He is hostile. He is uncooperative. Perhaps he is worthy of some further investigation. I intend to show later that, in fact, Mr. Zipperer got little or no further investigation.
Mr. Kratz.
He can ask the police that, Judge. It shouldn't come in through Mrs. Zipperer or call George Zipperer.
I don't know that I need to call witnesses to do this. Now, if he would rather I ask the police, and obviously, if Mrs. Zipperer really does not remember her husband's end of the conversation, then I will do it with investigator Dedering. I mean, I'm not...
Is the investigator going to be testifying for the state?
Right outside the door, Judge. He's probably going to be my next witness with this line of questioning.
Given how little the witness appears to remember about the conversation, I'm not sure that it is necessary for the court to rule on the objection, and if we have got other people here who are first-hand, maybe Mr. Strang, if they say something that you feel this witness somehow might be in position to clear up, you can consider bringing her back. But I don't see at this stage, based on what I've heard so far, that she remembers enough about it to offer anything prohibitive.
And I will understand completely and entirely, except Mr. Kratz's polite refusal to answer this question, but I will ask. I will put it to the court, and the court can require Mr. Kratz, if it wishes, whether the state expects to call Corporal Lemieux.
I don't know. Mrs. Zipperer is not done, and I have some questions as well, so...
Is Miss Zipper scheduled to be testifying?
He's on the witness list. I don't intend to call him. It would be cumulative for what Mrs. Zipperer is saying.
Well, at any rate, at this stage, Miss Zipper doesn't seem to remember enough about the conversation. I think it's time to move on.
And that's fair, and I understand I can do this through investigator Dedering. I didn't have anything else for Mrs. Zipperer, so I can pass this back to redirect the jury.
Very well.
It's called back.
Mr. Kratz, do you have a few questions?
Just since Mr. Strang's brought up her memory about this time, she does have a written statement about that.
All right. We'll bring the jury back in. We can bring the witness back in, Mr. Strang. I will ask you, for the record, when the jury comes back in, if you have any further questions.
Sure.
You may be seated. Mr. Strang, do you have any further questions for this witness?
I do not have any further questions on cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Kratz?
Just briefly. Mrs. Zipperer, after Teresa Hallback went missing, do you recall being interviewed yourself by an investigator with the Calumet County Sheriff's Department whose name was John Dedering?
I don't remember his name, but I was interviewed.
A bald fellow. Remember being interviewed by?
I can't remember if he was bald.
All right. Mr. Strang asked you if today you recall the approximate time that Teresa was at your residence. And I believe, with Mr. Strang, you indicated that it was sometime in the afternoon, sometime in the later afternoon. Is that what you told him today?
Mid-afternoon.
Do you recall providing Investigator Dedering with a written statement wherein you indicated the time that Teresa was out on your property.
I remember that day, yes.
Do you remember what you wrote in that statement?
Not everything.
If I showed you the statement, would that help you refresh your memory about the time that she was there?
Right. I think I have to have my other glasses, though.
I'm sorry.
Julie has my reading glasses.
We'll get those. In come the reading glasses.
I'm sorry.
Now, Mrs. Zipperer, I don't want you to say anything, but I want you to just look at your written statement. That's exhibit number 28 that's been put in front of you. I want you to just read it to yourself. Mrs. Zipperer, my associate is going to take that exhibit from you, going to take that away from you. And now I'm going to ask you, if after reading that statement, if that refreshes your recollection about when Teresa was out to visit you that day.
Yes, it does.
And what time, then, was she out to see you that day?
Between 2 and 2:30.
That's all I've got, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Strang, anything on recross?
I do. The piece of paper that the prosecution just showed you, that actually was something written by the police officer, correct?
Right. I just told him and he wrote it down.
He wrote it down and then you signed it at the bottom.
Yes.
And you wrote the date on it?
Yes.
And that was 6 days or so after the young woman had come to your house.
I don't remember the date that was on there.
Okay. It says November 6th. You don't have any reason to doubt that, do you?
No.
Okay. And when the police officer asked you about time, were you doing what you were doing today, which is giving your best estimate of when this young woman showed up while you were raking leaves in the yard?
No, that was right because I just couldn't remember right today what exactly time it was.
Okay. But as I understood, you don't wear a watch.
No, I don't.
You weren't wearing a watch on Halloween 2005?
No.
You were out in the yard raking leaves?
Right.
And at that time, do you remember whether he suggested 2 to 2:30, or do you know why he wrote that down?
That's what I thought it was on that day.
And as you sit here today, is that your best recollection or mid-afternoon?
What was on the paper, 2 to 2:30?
Okay, you are going to go with the paper.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Miss Zipper, you are excused.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
State will call Ryan Hillegas, Your Honor. Janet, has 27 been received?
Yes.
I move 28, Judge, although I'm quite certain it won't be received in its entirety. But to complete the record, I think that it needs to be.
That is the last witness written statement.
Yeah, it was just used to refresh recollection.
Just for the purpose that it was used, Judge.
I don't think it gets admitted, but the record is clear that it was used. It was Exhibit 28.
So, I'm not being asked to admit it, correct?
No, not in its entirety. You are asked to receive it, not to admit.
Very well. I will receive it.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Ryan Hillegas. Last name is Hillegas.
You can back up just a little bit, Mr. Hillegas, since the microphone is certainly loud enough for you. Mr. Hillegas, did you know a woman by the name of Teresa Habach?
Yes,
How did you know Teresa?
I guess she was a longtime friend. We had dated for 5 years or so, end of high school and early part of college.
At some point, did you and Ms. Habach stop being boyfriend-girlfriend?
Yes,
Did you remain on friendly terms with her?
yes,
How often would you speak with her?
maybe once every week, sometimes every couple, but definitely kept in touch every week or two.
During the time period of October 2005, were you aware of Ms. Habach's living arrangements?
Yes,
And what were they, if you recall?
she lived in a house with a friend of ours, Scott Bladorn.
Scott was also a friend of yours, is that right?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that Scott and Teresa had any kind of a romantic relationship?
no romantic relationship,
Just roommates?
just roommates.
Mr. Hillegas, are you familiar with how close the residence that Teresa lived in was to her parents' house?
Yes,
Where was it?
her parents lived roughly a quarter mile down the road.
And are you familiar with the vehicle that Teresa drove at the time?
Yes,
Could you tell us about that vehicle, please?
it was a Toyota RAV4, a blue-green color, combination blue-green.
I show you what's been received as exhibit number 5. It's on the large screen. Is that both the photograph of Teresa Habach and also her RAV4?
Yes,
Mr. Hillegas, when was the first time that you heard that your friend Teresa had gone missing?
it was Thursday after Halloween, which would have made it the 3rd, I believe, of November then.
And on November 3rd, can you tell the jury what you did, please?
Yeah, in the afternoon, I believe it was, I'm going to say around 3 or so, Scott had called me and said that Teresa's dad had went over and asked if he had seen Teresa. And Scott called me, and I went over to the house that afternoon. Basically, tried digging up any information on where she might be. We started calling her friends. We found a list of her friends on her computer with all their numbers. So we started calling all of them to see if anybody had whereabouts. And then after that, we printed off her cell phone records off the internet just to see what calls she had made or other numbers of friends we could find on there.
Let me just stop you at that point, Mr. Hillegas. Finding her cell phone records, how does something like that occur? How did you do that?
Well, there were a couple of us that tried figuring it out. Basically, figured out her password and made up a username that worked and got into her phone records and printed it right off.
Had you known at that time that she hadn't been seen since the 31st of October?
Basically, I knew that she was missing. I didn't know she hadn't been seen by anybody, but I knew that she was missing or decided that she was missing at that point.
And after printing off or getting access to her cell phone records, I assume to her account, through her cell phone provider, were you able to provide that information to law enforcement authorities?
Yes.
You said that you had called some people. What kind of calls were you making?
Well, we called all her friends and basically just said that, we haven't seen her and wondering whereabouts. None of those people really turned up anything for us. And then we had called a good list of like the last number she had called on and numbers on her phone.
Yeah, On the 3rd. By the way, that would be the first day that she had been reported missing. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
On the 3rd, were there other friends or other family members who were assisting you in the search effort?
Yeah. Yeah, it was me, Scott Blador, and one of her girlfriends, Kelly Bitson, came over. I believe a little later, another friend named Lisa was over as well.
About how long that evening did you work on this project?
Well, for the good portion of the night, probably, I guess, until midnight, 1 o'clock. We were calling friends and other people we didn't get a hold of, and people that were finally returning calls later. Better portion of the night.
Now, the next day, the 4th, Friday, the 4th of November, did you become again actively involved in the search for Teresa?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did, please.
Yeah, that afternoon, it was probably late morning, but I had talked to the family, and they had arranged with the missing persons organizations out of Appleton. They were printing up flyers, missing person flyers, and they just asked me if I could pick them up and arrange, how we would get them out. That was kind of the afternoon. I went and picked up the posters probably early afternoon, noon, 1 o'clock. And when I'd gotten back then to Teresa's house, there was a good number of family members and friends who were waiting to basically find out what they can do and go pass the flyers out.
I will show you what's been received as exhibit number 10. Are these the missing person posters that you're talking about?
Yes.
About how many of those posters did you assist in not only having produced, but in distributing?
I'm going to estimate, but probably, somewhere, I don't know, probably between 1,000 and 2,000, maybe 3,000. They were all over the place, I guess.
Did you receive assistance from her employer, or at least one of her employers, Auto Trader Magazine?
To handle the flyers?
Just to get information from them.
I never spoke with anybody from Auto Trader.
Okay. An organization that did help you, though, and it's up in the top left-hand corner of this exhibit, it's something called YES, Youth Educated in Safety. Is that right?
Yes.
This missing persons search organization, did they provide you with some technical and other assistance?
Yes.
The distribution efforts, that is, getting these posters out. Who was in charge of that?
I guess I was kind of the unofficial leader, coordinator of the effort, if you could call it that.
How many people did you have to help?
Well, when I got back to the house that day, there were, I'm estimating here, but probably between 30 and 45 people. That was on just the first afternoon when we handed them out. But then we had contacted truck stops and faxed flyers. We had people just stopping by throughout the day to pick up flyers, just to put them out anywhere we could. I know there were people out pretty late on Friday night and still putting up flyers and driving city to city.
Did your efforts, Mr. Hillegas, include the media?
A little bit, yes.
And this information about the missing person, where she was last seen and those kinds of things, was that distributed to the media as far as you know?
Yeah. And they had flyers too, so.
Now, with you being the, whether you want to call it official or unofficial, being the coordinator of this citizen search effort on that Friday, that is, the day after Teresa was reported missing, what other factors were being developed to try to find Teresa?
Well, after Friday, and we had got the posters out basically kind of through the instruction of the Yes Foundation and their recommendations. First, they wanted us to get flyers out and make as many people aware as we could all about Teresa and that she was missing. After that, it was kind of to go a little more and basically to search. Friday night, after the posters were done being handed out, we had gotten back, and me and Scott, for most of the night, decided we kind of planned a road search. I guess you could call it, where everybody got in their vehicles and drove certain parts of roads and maps that we had plotted out for them, just to make sure we covered everything. But so Friday night, we pretty much planned an all-day road search that went on Saturday with volunteers again.
Well, Friday night you said that you were making some maps. How was that done?
Satellite imagery off the internet mostly, otherwise just MapQuest.
Maps of what?
Maps of, the areas we wanted to search. We kind of blew up smaller portions so you could see the roads better and county highways out in the Manitowoc area near the Averys, any kind of county highway. Basically, we tried to cover anything from Hilbert to Green Bay all the way to the lake, pretty much covering as much land as we could.
Well, this was a citizen search effort. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, family members and friends, and very, very much so just a citizen effort coordinated by you. Is that right?
Yes.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Hillegas. Why would you center, or why would you direct some of your search efforts around the Avery property?
Well, mostly for the fact that, the media had covered so much of it. All you heard about was around the Avery property. And I believe at that point we had known that, her last kind of whereabouts were in that neck of the woods.
So even as an untrained law enforcement officer, you knew to look for the last place she was seen alive? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't strike you as being unfair to Mr. Stephen Avery, did it?
No.
All right. Now, these physical searches, you said the road searches and things like that. How many people were involved in that effort?
Well, throughout the day on Saturday, there were people kind of coming and going, people getting up, work late in the morning, still wanted to help. Estimate, say probably Saturday's effort was a little bigger than Friday, probably between 80 and 110 people, I would guess.
All right. So over 100 of Teresa's friends and family and relatives were gathered to look for her Saturday morning. Is that right?
Yes.
What time did you all convene, and where did this happen?
Everybody met at Teresa's house. I believe everybody was there early, probably 6:30. A good portion of them were there about that. I would say between 6 and 7 is when everybody got there.
Tell us about that morning. What happened that morning?
Well, everybody pretty much met in the driveway. Me and Scott, by that point in the morning, had all the maps arranged. But we had a large map that we printed out with kind of smaller sectioned areas that we had printed smaller maps out for everybody to use. Basically had everybody line up and come in the back of the house. And they were to walk through. Once they got in the kitchen, we kind of gave them an assignment. Groups of one car or two, we would give the same map to and have them all cover the same area to make sure all the roads were all covered. But everybody had an assignment. When they were done with their assignment, pretty much instructed to call back, and we would give them a new assigned area to cover, one that we hadn't sent any people to yet.
Just kind of a grid search?
Basically, yes.
All right. Do you know Pam Sturm or her daughter, Nicole Sturm?
Yes,
How do you know Pam and Nicole?
I had met them Saturday morning. They showed up after the good majority of everybody else had left, but that was the first time I had met them.
After then the first wave, if you will, of citizens got their maps and they went off to do their search. What did you and Pam Sturm discuss?
Well, Pam had showed up after pretty much the whole group of everybody had already left to search in the morning. And we had a good, so many people, we had a good portion of everything that we had divided up. Good portion of that was already handed out to other people. Wasn't much area left to search yet. And she asked, basically came out and said, had anybody gone to the car yard yet? The Avery salvage yard. We just said no, that we hadn't been sending anybody in there, and she offered to and said she would be willing to, and
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Kratz.
Not offered for the truth, Judge. It's where Pam eventually goes. I can certainly go on to another question. I'm not inquiring any further into conversations.
Assuming that the witness is going to be testifying later, I will agree. I will allow it.
Before Pam left, then, to travel to the Avery salvage yard, was she provided a map or any other information?
yes, I gave her a map.
What other information was she provided, if you know?
I gave her a map about the area out there and how to get out there. Scott had borrowed her his camera just in case they were to find something.
Do you know what kind of camera it was?
A digital camera. I don't know what brand.
When you say they provided them, who was with Pam?
Pam and her daughter.
Nicole?
Nicole, yes.
All right. Do you know about what time Pam and Nicole left then for the Avery property?
I'm going to estimate, but I would probably say somewhere between 7:45 and 8:00 maybe.
Sometime later that day, without telling us the words or what you heard, but did you hear some results of what Pam and Nicole Sturm had found out at the location?
Yes,
Even after Pam and Nicole's discovery, later on the 5th, did you and other citizens remain involved in search efforts?
yes.
Can you describe those for the jury, please?
Well, the car search on Saturday went all day, pretty much into the night again, and Saturday night. Then, once everybody was done searching, we met back at the house and started planning our next endeavor to go on, I guess you could say.
Let me just stop you. After the car, after the SUV was found in this case, you kept searching? You kept your search efforts going?
Yes.
Why?
Well, we hadn't found Teresa.
Do you remember what locations your citizens searched for Teresa?
Yeah. We went through all the cities, neighboring cities around Manitowoc County. Sunday, we had started doing fields and parks and ditches next to the highways, any place that I guess something could or somebody could be put and, not be visibly seen. But Sunday, we started doing actual walkthroughs of land and property near the Averys.
It's a hard question, Ryan, but you were looking for Teresa's body. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you continue to receive technical assistance in assigning citizens to this effort?
yes.
Who did you get assistance from?
Well, basically, the Yes Foundation, again, we took any advice from them that we could, since Jay Breyer who was, I guess, the leader of it or the guy who runs it, he had seemed to have a lot of experience in missing person cases.
Did you personally proceed near the Avery salvage property, and did you engage in searches of that area?
Yes,
Do you remember where you looked around there?
yes.
Just briefly.
Yeah, we did like Marable County Park is near there. We did some private or public land that was pretty much adjacent to Avery property, but behind it all. Any field somewhere around there that were outside the police bounds that we could get to, basically we searched.
Mr. Hillegas, was this all before human remains were found on the Avery property itself?
I believe so, yes.
After you learned, I assume you learned at some point that human bones and human remains were found. Is that right?
Yes.
After that point, did you continue with your search efforts, or did you call them off?
No, we called the search off then.
That's all I have of Mr. Hillegas, Judge. Thank you.
All right. I think at this time we will take our afternoon break. We'll come back in 15 minutes. 10 to 3, Council.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Beauty, at this time, you may begin your cross-examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hillegas, can you give me a little bit of background on how long you knew Teresa?
Sure. I met Teresa, I believe, when I was a freshman in high school, and I've known her ever since.
Did you grow up in the same general town then, I take it?
She lived in St. John. I lived in Hilbert. We went to the same high school.
And then you went off. How are you employed, by the way?
I'm a registered nurse
And where are you working right now?
in Milwaukee
At various hospitals?
at Schroeder Hospital.
Okay. Back in October of 2005, where were you working?
I was currently unemployed. I had just finished school.
Okay, so on October 31st, you were not working at all?
That's correct.
And where were you living?
At home with my parents
Which is
in Hilbert.
in Hilbert. Okay. Now you said you used to date Teresa kind of on and off, or for how long were you on and how long were you off?
Well, we dated for a total of 5 years, I think. We broke up 2 or 3 times in the middle for short periods, maybe for a month at a time.
So when was the last time you would say when you broke up?
2001, I believe.
Was that your initiative or hers?
Just kind of a general understanding, kind of both of us. We were just going separate ways. So,
Okay. And after that time, did you have any interest in renewing that nature of that kind of a relationship with her?
no,
No, Scott Blodorn was also a friend of yours, right?
yes.
Was he back in October of 2005 your best friend?
One of them, yes.
Okay. When did he move in with Teresa?
I don't know that.
Well, was it less than a year?
It was less than a year before that Halloween.
8 or 9 months? Sound about right?
It might be. I guess I'm not sure.
Okay. You've been over to that house before, I take it, right?
Yes.
What's the layout of the house? How is it set up? How was it set up back then?
Well, Scott's room was upstairs. Teresa's was downstairs. It was kind of almost an understanding. All of Scott's stuff was upstairs and Teresa's was downstairs. They kind of had it split, shared a kitchen and the bathroom.
So they had sort of their own floors and separate bedroom on each floor,
Yes,
but they shared a kitchen, and you said the bathroom. There was one bathroom they shared,
yes,
so they would see each other frequently, presumably during the day. Is that a yes?
sure, yes,
Okay. And did you come over and visit Scott various times while he was living with Teresa?
yes.
And did you spend time over there, dinner, watching TV, or a movie or something?
Occasionally, yes.
Was it, well, I take it then from when you say that you talked with her at least every other week or every week even
Yes,
on the phone, or would you actually get together with her or what?
either on the phone or I would see her at the house when I would go visit Scott.
Okay. So you were over there quite a bit during the last 6 months or so?
I wouldn't say quite a bit.
Once a week?
Occasionally, once a week, maybe.
Okay. Over that time, would it be fair to say that you became accustomed with Teresa's habits and routines generally?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, did you know, for instance, was she a homebody? Did she like to go out?
She kind of did what she wanted. Sometimes I would go over there and, not see her the 3 times that I stopped that week. And the following week, I could go there and I would be there 3 nights in a row when she would be there every night. Just depended.
Were you familiar with her circle of friends?
Most of them, yes.
For instance, she went to UW Green Bay, right?
Yes,
And she worked in Green Bay?
yes,
So she had a lot of friends in Green Bay.
yes.
And would she go out socializing with those friends? If you know,
Yes.
did you ever go with her when she would socialize with that group of friends?
When we were dating, yeah. She was in Green Bay the last 2 years when we were dating. So occasionally, then I would go out with her and her friends. But other than that, not really.
Would you say she was a sociable person generally?
Yes,
She liked to be around people.
yes,
She liked to go to parties,
yes,
liked to go to bars,
yes.
particularly karaoke bars, I think, was one of her favorites.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, in 2005, were there times when you would also go out with her to those kinds of places, either parties or bars?
I think the only bar I maybe only went out with her once that whole year, probably just didn't share that with her.
And do you know whether Scott ever went out with her to the bars or parties?
A few times. I don't believe it was too often.
Okay, and when she would be home, do you know whether she would have dinner there or whether she would eat out? You know, what did she do at home?
Occasionally, she did both.
Did she and Scott have dinner together?
Not that I'm aware. I mean, maybe they sat down and ate a meal together, but
So you're not that familiar with what the evening routine was. Is that what you're saying?
no.
Okay. Do you know whether it was unusual for her to be out overnight during those last 6 months or so?
Occasionally she would. I know she would go to Green Bay and stay at her friend's house overnight.
Okay, let me ask you about the weekend of October 29th and 30th, 29th being Saturday. Did you see her or talk with her that day?
I don't believe I talked to her on Saturday. I don't think so.
Okay. Did you talk with her to or see her on Sunday?
Yes,
And where was that?
at her house.
And how did that come about?
I had just stopped briefly. I was dropping something off for Scott, and she was sitting there at her computer.
Do you know about what time that was?
I don't know.
I mean, are we talking morning, afternoon, night?
I don't know.
You don't remember at all.
No.
And she was just sitting at the computer.
Yes.
Did you talk to her at all?
A little bit. Yes.
Now, the night before, Saturday night, was sort of Halloween weekend. There would be parties, bar parties, house parties, whatever. Did you chit chat at all? Talk about that?
On Sunday, we had just talked about, and she had mentioned that she had a cowgirl hat and she was going to dress up like a cowgirl. And that was pretty much the extent of it.
This was, I'm sorry, Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday.
Okay. Did she talk about having gone out the night before, Saturday night at all?
No,
Do you know from any other information where she did go out Saturday night
I don't know.
or Sunday night?
I don't know that either.
You said that you distributed 1,000 to 3,000 posters
Roughly,
and that she had all these friends and helping out, including friends in Green Bay calling. You called some friends, is that right?
yes.
This was on November 3rd, and you called the friends, right?
That was Thursday. Yes.
Yeah, Thursday. But you said none of those people were particularly helpful, giving you any information about her. Most of them hadn't seen her for a while.
That's correct.
With all those posters out, all the publicity, did anybody ever come forward and talk to you? Tell you where Teresa was on Saturday night?
No,
October 29th.
not that I remember.
So that night is an unknown in her life, is that right?
I don't know of what happened that night with her.
Be fair to say that Teresa had a private side as well that you didn't know about?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she had a private side that I didn't know about. We were pretty open with each other. We talked a lot.
Well, if she had gone out Saturday night with somebody or someplace and you know nothing about it, would that surprise you?
Objection. Relevance, Judge.
Mr. Buting.
I will withdraw it.
Very well.
So the last time you actually saw Teresa was Sunday.
Yes,
You never talked with her on the phone after that?
no,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you never called her?
no. Well, that's not correct. I did call her somewhere in the middle of the week, and I did not get an answer, and her voicemail box had said that it was full.
Okay, do you remember what day that was?
No, I don't.
Thursday, Wednesday?
I called her on Thursday when I realized she was missing, but I believe I called her once earlier in the week.
Okay, so when you first learned, you said it was Scott that came over. Did he come over or call you or what did he
He called me.
called you and said that he wanted your assistance or what?
He just called and said that Teresa's dad had come over to his work site and asked him if he had seen her recently. And Scott had called me on his way home, just asking if I had talked to her, asking if I could come over and help.
Now, you said that Scott's work site? What is that?
Scott worked construction. I don't know where his work site was, but usually they did kind of local housework.
Okay. Did you ask Scott if he tried to call Teresa at all during the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
I don't know.
May have called. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Did you think that it was odd that 3 or 4 days had gone by without Scott coming forward and saying, "Where is she?"
No,
That didn't strike you as odd at all.
no.
Why not?
Well, they were kind of on differing schedules. Teresa worked for herself and Scott worked construction. So he would be up and out of the house by 5:30, 6 in the morning. A lot of times, I know Teresa didn't get up and go to work until 9 or 10.
So, did you know Scott's schedule?
Fairly well, yes.
But you didn't know where he was working. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't know what site they were on that day.
Or any given day?
On any given day, for that matter. Occasionally, I would know just from driving by and seeing him on the side of the road working on a house. But
Okay, what kind of construction did he do?
rough work, rough framing,
Rough carpenter?
yeah.
Now, when you went over there to her house on Thursday, you said Scott had already found some kind of information, or no?
No,
What did you do first? How did you start to gather information about who to call?
just started looking through all her records. She had filing cabinets set next to her computer. Kind of her business workstation, I guess. Just started looking through the files, turned her computer on, and there was actually she had an icon that was named Teresa's Friends. Clicked on that, and her friends basically popped right up with phone numbers.
Was this a laptop?
It was.
Okay. And what did you do first? You talked about going online with her phone records, or did you call friends first?
Well, we got the phone list of her friends and started calling them. And I guess you could say probably it kind of all just went down at the same time. We were calling friends, and it was me and Scott, and Kelly Bitson was calling friends as well. And we were kind of working on getting her phone records at the same time.
How did Kelly Bitson arrive? How long were you and Scott there together before she arrived?
I'm going to estimate and say between,
6? Something like that?
what's that?
She arrived like 6 or 7, something like that?
Yeah, she was there a few hours after I got there, I believe. She was one of the first people
Okay.
that we called of her friends.
Now tell me about this online search. You tried calling her phone and it was full, right?
Yes.
Did you know her voicemail password?
No.
Did you ever? So you didn't call and listen to her voicemail at all?
No.
Never?
No.
Never did that day or before
No.
or since? Okay. She had never shared her password with you for the online records either.
No.
So you just went online to Singular Wireless or whatever.com and just guessed her password.
Well, me and Kelly Bitson had just kind of figured that it would fairly be something related to her sisters. I think it was their birthdays that got it into us for us. I'm not exactly sure about what the password was.
But you didn't know what her username was.
No, I believe that automatically came up when you entered her phone number in. You just need the password.
Okay. And that's the first time you ever tried to search her phone record or use that password?
Yeah.
Do you know if somebody else knew her voicemail password?
I don't know that.
Or if anybody else listened to her voicemails?
I don't know that either.
All right, by the time that Calumet County investigators arrived, I take it you guys were pretty concerned about Teresa's well-being. Where was she?
Yes.
And you knew that it was important that you provide as much information, as accurate information as you could.
Yes.
Did the police interview you and Scott together, or did they put you in separate rooms when they talked to you? Or how did they do that?
I believe we were in the same room.
Okay. Now, did the investigators ask you any questions about the nature of your relationship with Teresa?
Yeah.
And they learned that you were a former boyfriend, stayed good friends with her?
Well, I believe I just said that I was a friend of hers. I don't think I mentioned that I was an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. And they didn't pursue that and ask you if you had ever had anything more than a friendship? Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. It came out eventually. I just didn't feel that it mattered.
Let me try again.
Ask it again, please.
Did the police ever probe further and ask if you had the nature of your relationship with her beyond whether there was ever anything more than friendship?
I don't think they really probed into that. I mean, I don't remember when it came out or who was the one that mentioned that we used to date.
Okay, but it wasn't talked about that night?
I don't believe so.
When they were trying to find out what was happening or what had happened to this missing person, right?
Yeah.
And if Scott was there with you, then did they ask Scott the nature of his relationship with Teresa?
Yeah.
Did they ask any kind of probing questions about whether he was ever intimately involved with her?
Objection, relevance, judge. Is this a Calumet County bias? That's my question.
Mr. Buting,
Investigative biases are relevant no matter who is doing the investigation involved in the case.
I don't know if this really falls under bias. I will allow the question.
Please ask me again.
Did the investigators probe the nature of Scott's relationship at all to see, as to whether or not there was any kind of intimate relationship between the two of them?
I don't believe they probed into it. I believe he just said he was a roommate and a friend.
Okay, so a single man living in a house with a single woman, but that was the extent of it? Just roommates?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, that was the extent of their relationship as well.
Yes.
Scott never told you otherwise?
That's correct.
Teresa never told you otherwise?
That's correct as well.
And your recollection is that you don't know when your former boyfriend status ever came up? It was sometime down several days later?
That's correct.
Wasn't like the next day?
May have been. Like I said, I don't know when it came up.
Okay, so going to the next day for a minute. Now, let's just go to November 4th. You mentioned that, well, let me back up for a minute. You mentioned that you had this meeting sort of on Friday, on Thursday night, the 3rd, and that was you and Scott and Kelly. And is that it? Or do other friends come over?
I believe her friend Lisa was over, but not until quite a bit later that night.
Okay. And so the plan was made to contact this organization, yes. The next day, make posters?
No, actually, the family was in contact with Yes.
Okay, so that was something that came up later.
Yes.
On the 4th, after you had all these posters made up, you had another meeting that late afternoon or evening, Friday, to talk about where to go from here?
Yeah, Friday night after the posters were done being handed out.
Okay, and you said that you downloaded satellite images and maps and were kind of trying to figure out how to divide up different areas, right?
Yes.
And you were asked about why you directed any efforts towards the Avery area on direct by Mr. Kratz. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was because the media had the information and the media was already seeming to focus on Mr. Avery. Is that right?
I don't think it was Avery himself. I believe that it was just that we knew her last whereabouts were out in Manitowoc County.
Okay. And had you seen any interviews with Mr. Avery at that point, or any news people coming down and talking to people on the Avery property?
I don't know if I had seen any interviews. I guess I was out putting posters up most of the day.
But you did know that by the time the word was out in the media, that was the last known place. At least that they thought the last known place had been at the Averys, right?
Yes.
And so that would have been true for anybody's knowledge, not just yours, anybody watching the media.
Yes.
Now, the next morning, then, when you started dividing up things, Scott was with you, right?
Yes.
And was Scott helping to assign people different places?
Yes.
And when the Sturms arrived, you said that Scott had borrowed Pam Sturm a camera. Is that right?
Yes.
Had lent her, given her a camera,
Yes.
a digital camera.
Yes.
He didn't give every one of those members Saturday morning a camera, did he?
No.
He just gave it to Pam Sturm, who he knew was going to go out to the Avery salvage yards.
That's correct.
The only person he gave a camera to, right?
Yes.
And during this entire missing person period, that is before the RAV was found, did the police ever ask you for any kind of alibi for October 31st?
No.
They never asked your whereabouts whatsoever?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Anybody point blank ever asked you if you had any knowledge about her disappearance or were involved in it?
I don't know if they did it like that, like they were accusing me, but of course, people asked me if I had talked to her or knew anything, and that's why I was there to help.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did you ever hear the police ever ask Mr. Bladorn, Scott Bladorn, if he had an alibi for Monday, October 31st in the evening, late afternoon hours?
I don't know that.
So it would be fair to say that you weren't in any way treated like a suspect, that you could tell.
That's correct.
And even on the 5th and thereafter, when the search narrowed into the Avery's area and surrounding areas, the police actually let you through some checkpoints, along with some other searchers, you leading them to come in and search the area, right?
Yes.
Within the perimeter of the area around the Avery property that they made off limits to the general public, right?
Yes.
And was that true of Scott as well?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Just so we're clear, Just so we're clear, Mr. Hillegas, the area that you were allowed access to was the outside of the Avery property itself. In other words, the surrounding properties, not within the salvage property. Is that true?
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you are excused.
I call Pam Sturm, Judge.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Pamela Sturm, capital S-T-U-R-M.
Good afternoon, Miss Sturm. Describe for the jury, if you will, whether you knew a young woman named Teresa Halbach.
Yes, I did. She is my second cousin. Her father, Tom Holbach, is my first cousin.
Miss Sturm, sometime after the 3rd of November, after Teresa was reported missing, did you volunteer to become involved in search efforts for Teresa?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you first became involved?
On November 4th, I saw a news release at like 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was a Friday morning. And it said that they would show Teresa's picture, and it said Teresa was missing. And as soon as I got home from work, I called my sister. She didn't know anything about it, so I waited until night, and I called my other first cousin, Betty Holbach, who is Tom's sister, and I asked her if that was correct, and she said, yes, Teresa is missing.
All right. When was it, Miss Sturm, then, that you first became involved in actually searching for Teresa?
Well, that Friday night, when I had talked to Betty, I said, anything I can do for you, anything I can help with you with, I will certainly help. And she had called back like an hour later and said there's going to be a search tomorrow morning, starting at probably 9. And I said, well, I would be happy to help.
So that next morning, then, on Saturday, the 5th of November, did you go to the rendezvous place? In other words, the place where everybody else was meeting?
Yes, I did. It's an old farmhouse that Teresa was renting. And I met with 2 gentlemen, Ryan and Scott, and they were organising a search team.
Just so I can complete the record, that would be Ryan Hillegas and Scott Bladorn.
That's correct.
All right. Who did you go there with?
My daughter, Nicole Sturm, came with me.
How old is Nicole?
29 years old.
About what time did you arrive at the residence, if you recall?
I estimated it at around 9 a.m.
When you got there, Pam, what happened?
Well, I got there late. The search team was already gone. Ryan and Scott were still there, and I asked them if I could help out. And they said, yes, they have maps for the area that they're going to search. And he showed me the map, and then he showed me the picture of Teresa and all the details regarding Teresa. And I indicated that I would like to go to the salvage yard where Teresa was last seen. And he said, well, if you want to, it's not part of, the search. But if you wish to do that, go ahead.
Okay. About what time then did, let me back up just a minute. Prior to going to the Avery salvage property, did you receive anything from either of those gentlemen?
I received a map and I received a bulletin that showed Teresa's picture and all of her details.
Did you get anything else that you recall?
I also forgot my camera, so I thought I should, try and get a camera and see if Scott or Ryan had a camera in case we came across something on the property. And I believe it was Scott's camera and he lent it to us.
Do you remember what kind of camera it was?
It was a digital camera, as far as I know.
So the jury understands. It was you that asked for a camera?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Sturm, were you familiar with the Avery salvage property?
No, I'm not. I wasn't at all. All I knew, it was a 40-acre plot salvage yard for vehicles.
Did you proceed to that location?
Yes, we did.
About what time did you and Nicole arrive at the location?
I approximate the time about 10 minutes to 10, right around that area.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked and received as exhibit number 35, Ms. Sturm. It is directly to your right on the large screen. Do you see that?
Yes,
Will that aerial photograph assist you in explaining for the jury where you and Nicole went upon your arrival?
yes,
And are you oriented pretty well there? Do you recognize that location?
I recognize the buildings and the approximate area that I found the vehicle.
I think I misspoke. I think it's exhibit 25. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a laser pointer. Do you recognize the road that comes in from Highway 147? And this is
Yes,
the business itself. That is, the office building and the like. Now, do you recognize the orientation?
yes.
All right. About 10 to 10, sometime before 10 o'clock in the morning. Could you tell the jury what happened?
Well, we drove in and we noticed that there were 3 driveways to the salvage yard, and it appeared to be the centre driveway was probably the one we should take. So we did take that one.
Miss Sturm, you're going to have to back up just about 3 inches from the microphone, okay? Because it is distorting you just a little bit. We can hear you just fine. Go ahead, tell us.
I was in my car and we pulled up in front of the main building.
And on exhibit number 25, can you tell us what that is? Can you point with that with the laser pointer?
I believe it's that one.
When you got to that location, what did you do?
When we got to the location, there were a few cars parked to the right of us. So we saw 2 gentlemen conversing. But we went into the building to see if we could find any of the owners of the property, and there was no one inside. So then we exited.
After exiting, did you, in fact, find one of the owners of the business, and did you, in fact, talk to him?
Yes, we did. The 2 gentlemen that were conversing by the vehicle, they stopped conversing, and I walked up to them and I said, "Is anyone of you an Avery, an owner of this property?" And he said yes. And he walked over to us and he said his name was Earl.
Just very quickly, going to show you a photograph. Is this the gentleman that you spoke with, Earl Avery?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. What happened then?
Well, I told them that we were volunteers from the search party, and I said it would relieve Karen and Tom's mind if we could go through the property and make sure that the vehicles, Teresa's vehicle, wasn't there. And Errol said, "Yeah, I know how it is because I just lost a nephew and I know how they are feeling. They must feel awful that she's missing." We just had a conversation and then I asked him if we could go and search the property, the whole property, for a sign of Teresa or her vehicle, and he gave us permission.
Now, Miss Sturm, prior to your arrival at that location, had you had any contact or direction from any law enforcement officials?
No, sir, we did not.
After obtaining permission or consent from Earl Avery to search the property, what did you do?
Errol said the roads were very muddy in the salvage yard and it would be better if you would walk. So, we locked up our vehicle and walked to the left. We decided we were going to sweep from left to right. So we walked down in between the buildings, and I believe it was, and started on the left and swept to the right.
Do you want to show us with the pointer what you did, if you recall?
So we were parked here, I'm sorry, and then we walked. I believe we walked through here and we searched these vehicles first.
Just so the record is clear, on exhibit number 25 here, you are pointing to vehicles that would be just to the south of the Avery business itself, and just as you would be walking, I guess, almost directly south from the property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. How long did that take you? Do you remember?
Maybe we should ask the witness a few questions to orient direction.
Judge, before we do that, could we approach sidebar for a minute, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sturm. Do you know, orienting yourself to exhibit number 25, do you know which way is north or south or east or west?
Well, actually, I didn't before, but I looked on a map and it appears that the car was in the southeast corner.
So which way is south on exhibit number 25, if you know? You are pointing to what would be the southeast corner of the 25 or the 40-acre parcel. Is that right?
Right.
South, do you know, would south be to the right or to the left of the diagram?
No.
Pointing at exhibit number 25, Miss Sturm, do you remember where you and Nicole walked?
Yes.
Okay, let me just ask a quick clarifying question. Does this exhibit help you explain to the jury where you folks looked and searched?
Yes.
If I zoom in a little bit on the diagram, would that help?
I think that would help.
Does that help you some more?
Oh, yes.
Why don't you show us then? And then as you explain, where did you and Nicole start looking?
That's the building. And then I believe we went in between and she went around here. And then we searched all these here and we went down here and right here. And then we found it up here.
All right. Now, there's a lot of cars there, so
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
I'm not good at directions.
I'm going to take you through this and help you explain, for the record, what you're talking about. You continued in a southerly direction, you and Nicole, basically walking south, looking through the vehicles. Is that right?
Right.
Now, which batch of vehicles did you search, if you can? If you can explain the kind of searching that you were doing. I'm sure the jury is going to be interested in that as well.
Okay. I started up here, and up here are trucks, cars, RVs, and we had tried to look in each and every one of them. And you can see there are rows here.
Again, you are pointing to an area, what would be just south of the business outbuildings. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And you moved to a different batch of cars. Is that right?
Right. So we searched all of these. Then we went down here, south, and there were like, can see there's 2 rows here. So I searched the first row. My daughter was on the second row.
I'm going to stop you right there, Pam. Can you tell the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for any trace of Teresa, be it the car or herself.
Did you find, by the way, when you searched those 2 rows of cars, any vehicle that either matched the description of Teresa's or anything you thought was obvious?
No.
So where did you go then?
Then we continued south and I searched these vehicles. And my daughter was right around here.
I'm going to stop you there. You are pointing to an area just north of what looks like a body of water or a small pond. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's a
Point to the pond.
There's a little pond right here.
Okay.
Okay.
And after looking at those rows of cars, where did you then look?
Okay. Then my daughter went to this row, and I had continued up here. And I saw these vehicles up here, and this is like a ridge up here.
Okay.
And it's like a bowl, the quarry. So up on the top, there was a little car path up there. Just a path, I would say. But I had to climb this little hill here. And you could see there are some vehicles here. And I thought, I have to search up there. I have to search each and every one.
All right. And did you do that?
So I went up there and I went through like 3 cars and I came upon this car that had all these branches on top of it, leaning against it. And there was an old hood of a car there up against it. And it was kind of bluish green. And I thought, this is really strange. This is really strange. And it looked like a little SUV, like what I was looking for, a RAV4 Toyota SUV. And I went around to the back of the vehicle, and again, there was branches leaning up against it. And I noticed that it said RAV4. Well, my heart started going, oh my goodness, maybe this is it.
Let me stop you right there.
All right, I'm sorry.
Ms. Sturm, I have showed you what has now been marked as exhibit number 385. That's the first.
Yes.
First vehicle.
What was that number?
3. I'm sorry. Exhibit 29. I'm sorry. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's 385 on my list. All right.
Correct.
Now, looking at the large screen, is that the photo 385?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you spoke to the jury just before about seeing the back of this vehicle and seeing the word RAV4 on it. Is exhibit number 385, exhibit 29. Does that look the same or similar as it looked on the morning of November 5th?
Yes.
In fact, Ms. Sturm, were these photos, that is, the next 6 photos that we're going to see, numbers 29 through 35, were those taken by your daughter, Nicole, with your assistance on the morning of the 5th of November?
Yes, that's correct.
And do exhibits 29 through 34, all appear the same or similar as they did on the 5th of November?
Yes.
We're going to go through those in just a minute. But since you mentioned the back of the vehicle, I want to show this picture. What else did you see?
I looked for the license plate on the front and the back, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I noticed Lemonix Toyota was on the back, but I didn't know if that was on Teresa's car.
Let me just stop you. In fact, on Exhibit 29, you can see the Lemieux Toyota sticker on the back of this exhibit. Is that right?
Right.
All right. You mentioned, I think, that part of your observations were that the vehicle had some other debris on it. Let me just show you this exhibit. Which number is that? I think, is it 31? Exhibit 31?
31?
All right. I'm going to have you describe exhibit number 31. Tell us what you're looking at, please.
Well, that's the front of the vehicle, and it appears to be some kind of door frame up against the vehicle. And then you will see on the bottom, there's a piece of plywood propped against the front passenger side.
Why don't you, I'm sorry to stop you, why don't you do the best you can and take the laser pointer and show me that door frame that was propped up against it?
I thought this was a door frame here.
All right.
And then there was a piece of plywood. That's plywood there. And then there's an old hood of a car, not from the Toyota, propped against the car right here. And you can see all these branches against the car too. And then on top of the car too.
Now, in this exhibit, that is exhibit number 31, you can see there's no front license plate. Is that what you saw on that morning as well?
That's correct.
By the way, these exhibits 29 through 34, are they identical to what you and Nicole saw that morning?
They are identical.
How do you know that?
Because we actually took the photos of this car.
So exhibits 29 through 34 were taken with what?
With the digital camera I got from Scott. My daughter, Nicole Sturm, took the pictures of the vehicle.
And how close were you when she took them?
I was right next to her.
So all of these photos were images that you saw?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Sturm, I know that you are no expert, and I'm not going to ask for an expert opinion at all. But from what you saw, especially on Exhibit 31, did it appear that those items had been intentionally placed there?
I thought so. I thought it was obscuring the view of the car, or even like a camouflage on the car. That's what I thought.
Let me go through the rest of the images here. We saw the back of the car. Again, this is exhibit number 29. Is that right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 30 is the side of the car.
Yes.
31 is the, what would be the front right corner of the car.
Yes.
32 is one of the tires. Looks like the left rear tire, or that area of the vehicle.
Yes.
Is this number 33?
Yes, that's correct.
A left side, in fact, the driver's door and the left or driver's rear door. Is that an accurate description?
That's correct.
And finally, exhibit number 34 would be looking from the left side, but the top of the vehicle shows some branches and some other debris. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
When you saw this, Ms. Sturm, what did you do?
My daughter was still searching to the right of me. I couldn't see her. I became very worried for our safety because 90% of this was probably Teresa's car and we were in danger. So I called Nicole's name. I think maybe even screamed. I shouldn't have, but I did. And I went running to the area where she was. I said, Nicole, Nicole, you have to come and see this car. It must be her car. So she came up by me and she looked at it and said, Mom, it doesn't look like her car. It's got that Lumiex Toyota and it's a RAV4. And she thought perhaps it was too.
Sturm, after making these observations, did you attempt to verify the identification of this vehicle?
Yes.
And how was that done?
My daughter Nicole brought her cell phone along and I should back up. Ryan gave us a direct line to Sheriff Pagel in case we needed something. So I dialed Sheriff Pagel's number. And at that point, I got a voicemail. I thought, oh no, I need to talk to the sheriff. And it said something about, if you want to go back to the dispatcher, dial 0. So we did. And we came back to the dispatcher. And I said, we need to talk to the sheriff now. I think I found the vehicle. So she switched us over directly to Sheriff Pagel.
Exhibit number 35, Ms. Sturm, is an audio recording. I'm going to have you listen to that. And I'm going to ask you if this is, in fact, the phone call that you placed just about 10:30 in the morning on Saturday, November 5th. I hope it's loud enough and audible, and we'll give it a try.
Dispatch. Okay, I called to Mr. Pagel's answer services on. Okay. Okay. Okay, we are at Avery Salvage. Okay. Okay, and we're searching for the vehicle. Right. For Teresa Hellbuck. We have found a RAV4. What color specifically was her RAV4? And do you have a VIN number? This vehicle is green. Okay, this, I don't know, this is like a 801. Bluish green. Okay, do you have the ID number? Hold on. 801. Can you call dispatch right away? Do we have a VIN number? The VIN number. It's not on the side, Nick. Go on the other side. Hold on. Here's Jerry.
Hi, this is Sheriff Pagel.
Oh, Sheriff Pagel. Hi, this is Pam Sturm. I'm on the search for Teresa Hellbuck, and we found a RAV4.
You did?
It's a bluish green, though. It's more blue than green. We just wanted to know if you got the VIN number for that vehicle.
Yes, we do. We do have a VIN number.
Don't
we get the VIN number?
I can't find it on the...
Where is the vehicle at?
I'm at Avery Salvage.
Okay.
It is all covered up.
It's all covered up?
Not all covered, but it's got a lot of stuff on it, branches.
I don't have my glasses. Okay, branches over it?
Yeah. Where's the VIN number on something like this?
Well, the VIN number would probably be on the windshield or underneath, on the dash, driver's side.
Yeah, driver's side, Nick.
Looks through the front window.
Through the front window.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you Investigator Wiggert. He's got the the VIN number here.
Okay.
Hi. Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah, we can't find that VIN number.
What color is it?
It is bluish green.
Does it look like a newer one?
Yeah, it's the 99 to 2000.
Is there any?
More of a bluish green, though. That's why we don't want to put,
Is there any license plates on it?
no plates on it, but it's a little covered up. It's weird. It's covered up.
Okay.
Some of this.
Can you get to the front of the car?
Yeah, I will. It's Lemieux Toyota sticker on it. Does that have a...
I don't know if they had a Lemieux Toyota sticker on it. I don't know about that.
Is that okay if I go in the car?
No, do not go in the car. Do not touch the car.
Yeah.
Stay on the outside of the car. Go over to the front on the driver's side.
Yeah, I realize that. I'm in the business, so I kind of know, but I can't find a VIN number. I'm picking up the wipers.
Okay.
There is... I can't find the VIN number. Isn't that funny? Well, here it is, Nick. I don't have my glasses.
You don't have your glasses
Got it right
either.
there? My daughter's with me.
Okay.
Okay, now hang on. The last 4 digits,
I don't know what it is.
3044.
Okay, hold on. I gotta find it here again. 3044?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you go even more in?
I don't know. Nick, can you look at any other numbers? There's some people out here, so we have to be careful. And, there's some, I don't know if they're employees or who they are, but they're like, okay, Nikki, just...
Can you see any other numbers?
Yeah. Say it real slow, Nick. Can't see the very beginning numbers, but here goes. T0, Z, 5, X, 7, a 1 or a T, a 1 or a T.
Okay, where are you?
30, is that the number?
Where are you?
No, you gotta tell me if this is the car.
Okay, stop. I can't tell you anything. Where are you?
I'm at Avery Salvage.
Okay, are you on their property?
Yes, I am.
With their permission or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, stay right where you are. Do not touch anything. Do not go anywhere around that vehicle. Stay right where... What's your phone number?
Is this it?
I don't know that.
Okay.
What's your phone
What's
number?
your phone number, Nick?
I'll call my note.
This is long distance. You need to dial the entire number.
Okay. Stay where you are. Do not touch the vehicle. Do not let anybody else touch the vehicle.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it, Nick.
And I will be calling you shortly, okay?
Well, I hope you can get me,
Okay, just stay where you are. I'll find you.
Well, we asked this guy real nice to come in here, so I hope...
If you have a problem, you dial 911.
Gotcha.
We'll be on our way. We're going to have somebody over there as soon as possible.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Let me ask you again, Ms. Sturm. Exhibit number 35. That audio conversation that you heard between yourself, Sheriff Gerald Poggle, and Investigator Mark Wiegert. Is that a true and accurate version of the conversation or representation of the conversation as it occurred the morning of the 5th of November?
Yes, it is.
We would move the admission of Exhibit 35, Judge.
No objection.
Exhibit 35 is admitted.
And as they have been identified, Judge, I'm going to move the admissions of Exhibits 29 through 34.
No objection to those either.
Exhibits 29 through to 34 are admitted as well.
Ms. Sturm, were any other, at about this time, or any other investigative behaviors or actions taken with this SUV? Do you understand my question?
I don't understand.
Did you or your daughter Nikki attempt to determine whether or not this vehicle was open or locked?
Nicole attempted to open the doors.
Did she do so with a bare hand, or did you see her doing this?
I told her to use her sleeve of her sweatshirt, but evidently she used a tissue. I saw her reach in, but I'm not sure if it was, I didn't exactly see the tissue. So, yes, she did try the doors, but you will have to ask her which specific doors.
I will do that, but If you did you or your daughter determine whether or not the doors were open or locked?
They were locked.
Did you or your daughter ever otherwise enter that vehicle?
No,
Did you or your daughter otherwise touch that vehicle?
no, just the windshield wiper.
After Investigator Weaker told you to step away from the vehicle and to not touch it further, did you and Nikki do that?
Yes, we did. We probably went, I don't know, probably about 1,000 yards. Again, on directions, I'm terrible.
Well, at this point, we're not going to
Right.
ask you to guess. Back to exhibit number 25, then, Miss Sturm. Let's go back just very briefly. Could you show us again, or show the jury again, the location to the best that you can recall where this vehicle was discovered?
It was up on this ridge.
And you are pointing to a ridge or a berm area to the immediate south of that pond. Is that right?
That's correct.
That would be the area farthest or furthest southernmost point of the Avery property. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
On exhibit number 25, just so that we're not talking south or north, be to the right of the pond. Is that right?
That's correct.
You mentioned that after calling dispatch, after reporting the discovery of this vehicle, you and your daughter went to a location on the property. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where was that?
Well, I was up here, okay, because that's where I found the vehicle. And you can look over to this quarry over here. So I went to the highest point, and that was almost the highest point anyhow. But I just had to look to see if Teresa was over there. So then I looked over there, and then we proceeded down here, and over here is the car compactor, and we were over there. And I put my daughter behind a car because I thought we were in danger, and I just stayed out here.
All right. You are pointing to an area near what we have been calling the car crusher, but there is an open area there where there aren't any junk vehicles. Is that what you're pointing to?
There are some vehicles here, and there's compacted vehicles here, and here's the compactor itself. But yeah, right in here, there aren't any cars.
Is that where you waited?
Yes.
Now, tell us what happened then.
Well, we waited about 20-25 minutes before someone arrived. Before they arrived, we saw a man up on the ridge. By the buildings, up here, there's a ridge. And I got a little concerned, so like I said, I put Nikki behind a car so nothing would happen to her. And we just waited and waited, and it seemed like forever, you know?
In 20 or 25 minutes, did somebody arrive?
Yes. A Sheriff Rimmaker arrived first.
Was he a plainclothes officer or an officer in uniform? Do you remember?
No, I don't recall if it was.
Do you know what department responded first?
I believe it was Manitowoc County.
Okay. After the law enforcement officers got there, did they then basically take over that area?
Yes, he had another patrolman go back to the car. And just Like, stay by the car so no one else would go by the car.
Tell us what you saw. Did you see anybody going by the car?
He stayed by the car, and then other officers arrived. Sheriff, Deputy Weigert.
Now, these are Calumet deputies, is that right?
Yes, Deputy Weigert.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
Miss Sturm, slow down just a second. Before any other police officers arrived on the scene, after you and Nikki had called into dispatch, did you notice any other individuals going up or near that vehicle?
No. No one went near that vehicle. We watched to make sure no one went over there.
You were watching just for that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And after the Manitowoc County law enforcement officers got there, did any of those law enforcement officers enter or approach that vehicle?
Only one deputy went up by the vehicle, just to guard. He was just guarding the vehicle. He never went in the vehicle. He never touched the vehicle.
That's what I'm asking you. And you were watching for that, weren't you?
Yes, I was, yes.
So nobody from the time, listen to my question.
All right.
Before shaking your head. Nobody from the time that you discovered that vehicle until Calumet County law enforcement officials, including Investigator Weigert, nobody touched or entered that vehicle to your knowledge. Is that true?
That's correct.
After the police officers arrived, did you have a chance to speak with Investigator Weigert?
Yes, I did. I explained to him, how we found the vehicle, and he said that we would have to give a statement at that time.
Did you give an oral or a written statement then?
We gave an oral statement to Deputy Weigert, and then we gave a written statement and an oral statement to Deputy Dietering.
Also from Calumet County?
Yes.
I want you to look at exhibit number 25 again. How long from when you entered that property did it take you to find Teresa's vehicle?
I believe we entered at 10 to 10, by 10:20 to 10:25, we found the vehicle.
So within the first 40 minutes?
Correct.
Miss Sturm, do you know how many vehicles are on this property?
I didn't at the time. I had no idea.
Looking at it now, do you think you got lucky?
Yeah, well, not lucky. God showed us the way. I do believe that.
Do you think, looking at this exhibit now, that you and your daughter Nikki could have searched this entire salvage yard?
We would have tried. We would have came back the next day if we had to.
After giving your statements, after both the oral and written statements were provided to law enforcement, after assuring them that you hadn't touched or entered the vehicle, where did you go?
One of the deputies brought us back to the main building in his vehicle because I was kind of afraid to walk back up there. And then we left.
And where did you go then?
Actually, we went to Karen and Tom's house, and I talked to them for a while.
Who's Karen?
Karen is Teresa's mother.
Did you tell her what you found?
Yes.
Miss Sturm, about what time then did you get to the Habak residence, if you know?
You know, I think it was.
What's the relevance of this?
Just a minute, Mr. Kratz.
I'm just wondering if she went anywhere in between. I can ask it that way.
Go ahead.
Did you go anywhere in between the Avery salvage property and the Habak residence?
No, we didn't.
Went straight there.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have of this witness, Judge. Thank you.
All right, we'll get started on court examination today. Go until 4:30, Mr. Beauty.
Thank you, Judge. We may get done if we're lucky. Thank you, Judge. We may get done if we're lucky. Now, ma'am, on the dispatch tape, we heard you say, I know, I'm sort of in the business. By that, you mean you have private investigator experience, right?
That's correct.
You used to be a licensed private investigator, right?
That's correct.
So you had some idea what to do and how to do this search, right?
Some idea.
Is it your testimony that before Saturday morning, November 5th, you had not done anything in terms of investigating or searching for Teresa or her vehicle?
No, I hadn't.
And after that, did you also do any additional investigation on your own?
Yes, I did.
And were you in fact called to an area near Mishicot by some individuals who had found what they thought might be some evidence?
I don't recall being called by someone, no.
Well, were you with somebody looking in the area of Mishicot?
We were in the area of Mishicot, and I spoke with some of the business owners in Mishicot.
Those were bars, right?
That's correct.
And they were down near the river?
No, the river is about a quarter mile from the actual town.
Okay. And what day was that?
I'm not sure.
Well, was it Saturday night? Was it nighttime or daytime?
No, it was during the day. So it was, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, one of those days that I had a day off and I wanted to help out.
And what was your purpose in going to those bars and talking to those
To see
business owners?
if anyone knew anything about Teresa or had seen Teresa.
Okay. And were you passing out your name and phone number or anything like that for people?
I don't recall doing that, no.
Do you remember being called to an area near the river, a turn around area near the river, by one of those individuals from the bar area to look at some?
I know we had searched around the river area, and then at that point, we, meaning one of the bar owners in town, says he would come down to help me out. And on the search, we had found a cell phone.
And what was that bar owner's name?
I don't recall.
Do you know an individual by the name of John Campion?
I'm not sure if that was his name or not.
Okay. And you found a cell phone down by the river?
Yes.
And also some business papers, some sort of papers nearby?
I don't recall any papers.
But that cell phone you thought might be important?
I thought perhaps it was important.
For all you know, it could have been Teresa's, right?
Could have been.
So what did you do?
I called the sheriff's department and someone came down and photographed the cell phone.
And who was that? Mr. Uyghur?
No, I'm not exactly sure who that was. I believe I got his card though.
Was he in plain clothes?
No,
He was wearing a deputy's brown uniform.
that's correct.
Which county sheriff are we talking about?
I'm not sure.
Well, this is Mishicot, so that's Manitowoc County, right?
I would assume.
So you would assume that it was probably a Manitowoc County Sheriff deputy that came down there, right?
There were so many police officers at the Avery salvage yard at that time. It could have been anyone.
This wasn't at the Avery salvage yard, was it?
No,
This was miles away over in Mishicot.
couple of miles away, yeah.
And the cell phone, you said somebody took pictures of it?
That's right.
And did that individual also take possession of the cell phone?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We met up with the search party again, and I described the cell phone to one of the hallbacks. I believe, and they said it wasn't Teresa's.
Well, did you make any notes of what kind of cell phone it was?
I did at that time. I knew what it was. Now I can't recall.
Okay, but you didn't take any pictures of your own, though?
No,
And you don't know what day this was? It could have been Sunday the 6th?
it was after the 5th.
Okay, so it could have been the 6th, right?
No, I don't think I worked on the 6th. I think I had off on Monday or Tuesday, and I went back to help out.
Okay. Now, you're not a private investigator at this point, right?
No, I'm not.
And you weren't back in October of 2005.
No, I wasn't.
You were just helping out as a volunteer for the Halbach family at that time.
Yes,
And you said Ryan, when you met on Saturday morning, Ryan Hillegas gave you a direct phone number for Sheriff Poggle.
yes.
So evidently he had Sheriff Poggle's direct line.
It was either the direct line or the line into the department.
Well, when you called it, it got right to Sheriff Poggle's voice on his voicemail, right?
Voicemail, yes.
Okay.
But we didn't talk to we did talk to the dispatcher too.
I know that's later though. The number you called just put you right to Sheriff Poggle's voicemail, correct?
Yes,
When you saw the vehicle there up on that ridge, and you said you thought it was 90% in your own mind that this might be, in fact, Teresa's vehicle, you, of course, looked inside for Teresa as well, right?
correct.
And you got a decent look inside there because you actually saw some soda bottles too, I think, right?
We did see some soda bottles.
And you didn't see Teresa, right?
No,
And you didn't see any blood, right?
not that we could visually see. No,
Okay, well, you didn't see any blood, period.
no.
Okay, and you were looking. What else did you see besides soda bottles? See anything with her name on it?
No, I can't remember anything. No.
Okay, if I understood you correctly, did you say that you actually found this vehicle within 10 minutes of your search?
No, sir.
I thought you said you went in at 10:10 and you found it at, or 10 minutes to 10. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize. So you found it within about 30, 35 minutes or so?
That's correct.
And when you walked up on that ridge, it was the only car with any kind of branches or wood or debris put on top of it, right?
That I saw, yes.
All the other ones look like they do in this photograph here. They are generally visible, not camouflaged or anything of that sort, right?
I guess I didn't look any further down the line, so I couldn't really say absolutely, you know?
Okay, but of the vehicles, of the area you did look through, which would have been from the buildings in the upper left corner, where actually is the northeast corner, south, all the way to that edge of Avery property, you didn't see any other vehicles that were appeared to have been obscured or covered with anything?
No,
So this one was unique of all of the vehicles that you saw.
right. And it was about the right colour, and it was a RAV4.
And to you, it looked pretty obvious that this was somebody just trying to camouflage this, right?
It appeared to be that way.
But it was actually double parked along that ridge of vehicles on the left, or I'm sorry, on that car path you mentioned behind the pond, right?
Right,
Those were a single line of cars, and this one was double parked right next to one.
right.
On the tape, I heard you say something. I think about there were people nearby while you were at the scene and calling in to report this.
When we first walked down the quarry,
That's a simple yes or no. Were there people? You said something about there being people nearby, right?
yes.
And this appeared to be what? Other customers or something milling about?
I can't say for sure, but I thought perhaps they were getting parts off vehicles.
Okay, like customers would do there, right?
Right,
And Stephen Avery wasn't one of them, I assume, right?
no,
And you mentioned a man up on the ridge, or not on the ridge, but up on the hill, kind of back towards the buildings, when you were sitting there waiting for 20 minutes.
correct.
And Stephen Avery wasn't that man either, was he?
I don't know for sure.
Well, who was that man? Do you know?
I don't know.
Do you have any description of him?
No, sir.
Was it the same? Was it Earl Avery?
It could have been. It's just too far away to see.
So you just wasn't anything in particular about that man or what he was doing that caused you concern. It was just the overall feeling you had that maybe this wasn't the safest place to be. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And until the police arrived, we're about to finish up, Judge. About until the police arrived, you were trying to keep an eye on that vehicle, make sure none of these other customers or anybody else would walk near, right?
That's correct.
But once the police arrived, then that was their job, right?
No, we kept our eye on it.
Once Manitowoc arrived, you were concerned about Manitowoc police approaching that vehicle?
About anyone approaching or touching that vehicle.
And so you kept a good eye to make sure none of the Manitowoc people would do it?
That anyone would do it.
But if you were about 1,000, what did you say, 1,000 yards away, 1,000 feet away?
I'm not very good at distance. Right by the car compactor.
Okay, but then after Detective Remaker arrived, you went back over to the left on this picture, did you not? I think you said you went about 1,000 yards away.
Could you perhaps rephrase that?
I believe maybe I misunderstood you, but I thought you said that you walked about 1,000 yards away from where the vehicle was when Detective Uyghur arrived.
Like I said, I'm not very good at distance. I would say 3 football fields. Now, I'm trying to judge the distance that way.
Okay, 900 yards, 1,000 yards, close enough. And you weren't paying attention at that point, then, to what was going on with the car from that big of a distance away once Investigator Uyghur arrived, right?
Judge, I'm sorry. I know this is late, but a football field is only 100 yards. 3 of them wouldn't be 900, if my math.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's late, 900 feet. But after Uyghur arrived, you were talking to Investigator Uyghur, gave an oral statement to him, right?
Right.
And you talked to Dietering and gave an oral and written statement to him, right?
Correct.
So you weren't paying attention to what was going on with the car at that point. You were giving statements, oral and written, right?
We were facing the vehicle.
While you are sitting there writing a statement, or did you not write it?
Objection. Argumentative judge. She said she watched the vehicles the whole time. I don't know how many times she has to say that.
Well, he's allowed to ask a question about writing and watching the vehicle at the same time. I will allow the question.
Did you handwrite the statement yourself?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Attorney Kratz.
For today, Judge. That's fine.
Okay, you are excused. Well, before I say that, when you say not for today, are you intending to ask questions on redirect tomorrow?
No, I'm sorry.
Very well, you are excused for today. Members of the jury, that concludes the portion of the trial for today. I will remind you again not to talk to each other about this matter. Also, make sure that you do not listen to any news accounts. Do not read the newspaper. Do not listen to the local news on the radio. Do not watch the local news on TV. We will see you tomorrow morning. Now, you may be seated. Counsel, before we leave today, did you wish to take up the issue of these stipulations on the record?
We certainly can, Judge.
Judge, before we do that, I do want to clear up a couple of things. And I want to make a specific renewed discovery request on 2 items. Because until today, I was not aware, have not actually received any reports from any Manitowoc or Calumet County sheriffs about this search that Miss Sturm was involved in down by the Mishicot River area, where a cell phone was found. Photographs apparently were taken, the phone was seized. There's no reports of that activity anywhere in any of the discovery we have received. Secondly, Mr. Drumm testified about Exhibit 25, and perhaps it wasn't clear because he was asked maybe 2 different things on direct and cross. But I understood him to say that Exhibit 25 was a picture of a photograph taken on November 4th. And as I looked at it more carefully, it's obvious that it was not. It was something taken long after the vehicle was discovered. There's all sorts of police vehicles around, command posts. The RV is not there. The RAV is not there. The RAV4 is not there. But he did testify that he did not recall video, whether video was being taken during the flight, but he did recall photographs being taken. And we did not receive any photographs from that flight. All we have received was a video, and so I would renew a discovery request for those photographs as well.
All right, and before I ask for a response from the state, I did want to note for the record that the sidebar that was requested during the testimony of Pamela Sturm related to that photo and the issue that Mr. Sputing just raised. And as I understand it, both parties acknowledge that Exhibit 25 is an aerial photo of the Avery salvage yard property, but one that's taken some time after at least the victim's vehicle was removed from the property. And how long after that? I'm not exactly sure, but is that correct, counsel?
It is, Judge. And in fact, there are a couple of very important points to raise. First, the question that I asked of Mr. Drumm was whether or not exhibit number 25 looked the same or similar as to what he observed on the 4th. I think that is not at all the same question as, was this photo taken on the 4th? Perhaps as importantly, the court will note in the proposed stipulations and agree upon stipulations by the party that aerial photos are one area that before we even walked into court, we had agreed would be admissible without objection. And this might be a good segue to put that on the record. Lastly, this cell phone down by the river is the first I have heard of this. Certainly never came through our office, never was provided by our office as part of discovery because I don't have anything from that. Mr. Drumm's testimony about a video being taken from his plane is accurate. That was already provided to defense, and I can also assure the court that I am unaware of any photographs that were taken therefrom. So, although the video has been provided from that flyover, from that aerial search, I don't understand there to be any still photos from there, although they did get the video.
So, what you're saying is that it is your understanding is, from what I take it exactly, the opposite of Mr. Drumm's understanding, that I think he said he thought that there were photos taken but was not aware of a video, though he wasn't personally involved in either one. He was flying the plane. You are telling me that actually happened was video was taken but no photos. The video has been turned over.
I'm sure the camera he saw was a video camera, and that has been turned over to the defense.
I would ask if counsel is just discovering this cell phone incident today, and the way she described it, obviously there was some sort of police involvement, that perhaps overnight he should check with probably Manitowoc and see what's up with that.
Perhaps Mr. Buting would like to do that. It's not in my possession, Judge.
How did this come to light? How did you know to ask the questions about it? Mr. Buting, I guess I'm at a loss. I don't know how it got started.
We get tips too, just like they do. Sometimes useless, sometimes not. This one sounded like it might be more legitimate, so I thought I would ask her about it. But I had no confirmation of it until today. And she clearly describes a police action of some sort. To say that it's not in his possession, Manitowoc officers are testifying for the state. They have been involved in critical parts of this case in terms of evidence that was discovered. So I think he does have an obligation under Brady, potentially, to get to the bottom of this and find out, is this something that was never even documented? Manitowoc never even wrote a report, or did they write a report and we just haven't received it?
Wait a second, Judge. When throwing the word Brady around, it sounded through this witness that inquiry was made that very day. Was this Teresa's cell phone? The Halbach family assured them It wasn't her cell phone at all. I don't know what could ever be considered exculpatory, potentially exculpatory, relating to relevant evidence. Not notwithstanding, I just asked Investigator Wiechert. He hasn't heard of this either. We can certainly check our reports, and we're happy to do that for Mr. Buting, and more thoroughly check that and also make some inquiries. But it's quite certain, at least to me, that it isn't something in our possession, and even if it were, would have very little, if any, relevance to this particular case.
Well, I don't know if it has any Brady implication or not, but it sounds like something that would be in the possession of the state. In this case, being the state of Wisconsin versus Mr. Avery, not Calumet County, so I'm going to ask the state to determine whether there are any reports of the incident, and if there are any, share them with the defense.
We'll do that, Judge.
Thank you.
I did not understand Mr. Drumm to be testifying that the aerial photo on the screen was one that he necessarily thought was taken the day he flew over the salvage yard property. It might, if it's going to come up as an issue in any way because of, for example, the line of police cars that are not on the property, it might be helpful for the parties to notify the jury when the photo was taken. I don't think anything about that's come in yet, or if it has, I haven't caught it.
I think we should, because we did zoom in on it a little bit. And I don't know if they saw, but I mean, I knew what I was looking at, and the RAV4 was clearly not there. I don't want them back in deliberations, not knowing what's going on, looking at this. If they misunderstood that it was taken when Mr. Drumm was flying on the 4th, before the vehicle was even discovered, it just may confuse things.
As I watched the evidence myself, I wondered if anybody was going to zoom in and show where the RAV4 was, because I was not aware when the photo was taken, so I think the jury should be informed of that. Anything else before we get into the stipulations? Have I missed anything that's been placed in issue?
No.
If not, let's move on to the stipulations. Who is going to speak?
I certainly can, Judge. Mr. Strang, I'm sure, will correct me if there's a problem. First of all, there is one stipulation that came up this afternoon. After Mr. Schmitz was leaving the witness stand, I had neglected to inquire of him what his telephone number was. I'm simply doing that because there's going to be a summary exhibit contemplated later that each of the witnesses, rather than calling, a custodian of Mr. Schmitz's phone may have been called, rather than recall him for that purpose. Mr. Strang was gracious enough to agree to a stipulation. His phone number, Judge, is 894-3912. I believe that's the 920 area code, and that should be included as a fact and provided to the jury. As the court knows, Mr. Strang, Mr. Buting, and the prosecution team had worked for several weeks on proposed stipulations of fact. We have tried to eliminate witnesses that were either unnecessary or would provide testimony or evidence that was not really contested or at consequence to the real issues in the lawsuit. And so in an exchange of emails, Mr. Strang and I came up with these following stipulations. Most of them, Judge, I will tell you, do not have to be provided to the jury by way of affirmative comment by the court, but simply as an agreement, as happens in most trials between attorneys, that objections will not be made, or an agreement as to admissibility of evidence. And so from that perspective, the parties have agreed as follows. First, that the DNA exemplar of the victim in this case, Teresa Halbach, which consisted of a pap smear, a cervical sample, would be admitted without the necessity of providing witnesses as to how it was obtained, how it was stored, or the transport thereof. There will be testimony as to the DNA analysis performed by the Wisconsin Crime Lab, but authentication and transport witnesses, Mr. Strang has agreed, will not be required. If the judge wants to inquire of Mr. Strang, as we do these one at a time, that's fine, or I can do them en masse. I don't care how the court wants to proceed.
Mr. Strang,
I think the much more efficient way to do this would be just to make a part of the record my February 4th, 2007 email to Mr. Kratz, which lays out in writing just exactly what's stipulated and what's not. I think, these go paragraphs A through W, and not all of them are stipulations, but most of them are.
do I understand that these are not, for want of a term of art, jury instruction 162 stipulations that are going to be read to the jury? These are simply items pertaining to the evidence that the parties are going to agree to as well as we go along.
That's right. And that's a good distinction between these and the Stephen Schmitz stipulation. On the Stephen Schmitz stipulation, the stipulation is that, had he been asked, he would have testified that his telephone number is 920-894-3912. So that's a stipulation about what evidence would have been given by a witness. Most of these...
Just a minute. If there's another written document or something that's going to be received with the telephone number on it, and it's not objected to, I don't know that I have to instruct the jury in.
Right.
Closing instructions, the parties can agree that his phone number, right?
Correct. If there were a written document and it's not objected to, then there is no pattern instruction 162 stipulation instruction to give. And most of these paragraph stipulations are of the latter nature. In other words, we just agreed among us that I won't make any authenticity objection. You still have to prove up relevance, or I may or may not object under 904-03. But I don't have a problem with authenticity. Some of them go further than that. For instance, just as an example, we're stipulating that Teresa Holbach purchased a Motorola Razr V3 phone in August 2005. And we're going to allow admission of the contract and receipt without the calling any witnesses. So,
I have no problem with simply accepting a written copy of the email, though I have already marked up the copy that was circled by, I believe, Mr. Kratz or someone and given it to me, so I will need a clean one, but I don't require the parties to put the agreement further on the record if they don't feel a need for it.
Judge, what I will do, since what you have, dated the 4th of February, is actually a response to an email that I wrote to Mr. Strang on the 25th of January. I'm going to attach both of these as one exhibit. I will have it marked. I will have it received by the court. And this, together, is an accurate reflection, then, of what both parties agreed to. I don't have any problem with this procedure.
and that's ideal because my February 4 email says, see your January 25, 2007 email. I will also just make crystal clear that we're not walking away from the stipulations to the authenticity of the aerial photographs. There is no objection to Exhibit 25. The issue is, and I fully accept Mr. Kratz's explanation of what question he actually asked Mr. Drumm. Once he repeats it, I think it rings a bell with me. All I can say is that sitting here as one attentive observer in my own mind, when I hear Mr. Drumm testifying, I was, I guess, assuming that Exhibit 4, inferring that Exhibit 25 was taken on November the 4th. And if I made that mistake, then jurors may have. So that's why we just need to clear up the dates. It doesn't affect the admissibility or the authenticity of Exhibit 25. We have no quarrel with that.
Well, again, I think perhaps the primary reason to clear up the date is not to have the jury wondering whether or not the RAV4 is in the photo. The parties have already demonstrated to the jury that they have the capability to zoom in on these options, so I think it will help the jury and everyone to know exactly when it was taken. Anything further this afternoon?
It's a digital photo, Judge. I'm just telling the court because just something that I learned about the signature on a digital photo. It was taken, at least if the time in the camera is correct, on November 8th, 2005 at 7:15 a.m. using a Canon EOS Digital Rebel XT camera. I don't know what the court wants by the way of information, but we'll try to verify that time and any other information. And I think it's a very valid point, and we'll alert the jury to that.
I don't think the state needs to spend any more time verifying that. I mean, November 8th. I don't have any reason to doubt, and the photo is perfectly plausible for having been taken on November 8th.
Okay.
So I'm happy with that.
Judge, if I may, page 185 of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department discovery on the third paragraph actually talks about this very image, how it was taken and when and why and those kinds of things. So, page 185.
All right.
That notwithstanding, Judge, we will. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Judge. I misspoke. I was hearing two things. Page 185, the third last paragraph is the information regarding the other cell phone that was found. That mystery one down by the river.
The Michigan cell phone?
Yeah, page 185 of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department report, third from the bottom paragraph. That should be the information that Mr. Buting has been looking for. I'm sorry, but the other information as to the time and date of the aerial photo all seems accurate as well. That's all I have for today.
All right. I will ask the attorneys to meet in chambers at 8:30 just to give me the agenda for the day. See you tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you.